and gratitude to commemorate the 33rd birthday observance of the great civil rights leader, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man whose life, words, and sacrifices continue to speak prayerfully across generations, cultures, and nations. The theme for today's observance is, the time is right to do what is right. The time is right to do what is right. These very words spoken by Dr. King himself remind us that righteousness should never be delayed. Justice should not wait for convenience, comfort, or popular opinion. When something is right, the time to act is now. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood firm for justice, equality, peace, and love in a time when doing so was dangerous and very unpopular. Yet, he chose courage over fear and truth over silence. He believed that every human being, regardless of race, color, or background, deserves dignity and respect. As a school, this message is deeply relevant to us. Doing what is right begins in our daily actions, in honesty, kindness, discipline, and respect for authority, and love for one another. It means standing against bullying, discrimination, and injustice. It means choosing integrity even when no one is watching. To our very dear students, you may think you are too young to make a difference, but Dr. King reminds us that greatness is not determined by age, but by character. Each time you choose peace over violence, truth over lies, and love over hatred, you are living out the legacy of Dr. King. To our teachers and staff, you shape minds and mold futures. Let us continue to be role models who not teach only with words, but with our actions, showing our students that doing what is right is always worth it. As we reflect on the life of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, let us ask ourselves, what is the right thing to do in my school, my home, my community, and my nation? And having identified it, let us not delay. In the words of Dr. King, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? May this commemoration inspire us to be people of courage, compassion, and conscience. Let us rise today with renewed commitment, knowing that the time is right always to do what is right. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
What a beautiful sight to behold. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. Like I said, this is a symbol of freedom, a proclamation of the fact that justice must always reign. That's a salute to the chairman, to our deputy chairman, and to all the distinguished guests on the high table, and to all our esteemed parents. Thank you, beautiful and amazing children. You can as well wave at them. Thank you. We have next to number one puppies in a beautiful attire, waving with excitement. Thank you. And next after them we have the primary two. Primary two. In your pet
houses are ably represented.
The accuracy, it's beautiful. This is beautiful. Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them.
thank you so very much for having a beautiful
Please have to go, ladies and gentlemen.
When I was invited to deliver this lecture, I asked the organizers if I could be given freedom to speak my mind on the issue. I was expressly told I could do so. I thank the organizers for the freedom. I want to exercise that freedom offered me now. I can tell you that if they had told me otherwise, I will not be here today. I come from a community, the academic community, that cherishes freedom, and I must address you with academic and lexical freedom. I pray you enjoy my academic delicacy. If you do not, I offer no apologies. It is my style. I must also appreciate a father that I respect for several reasons. That is the Esama of Benin Kingdom. I cannot tell you all the reasons why I respect him in this simple lecture, but I can tell you one major reason. Because he has created jobs for thousands of persons with his investments. And the Benin Education Center is one of such. Let me also use the opportunity to challenge other rich men in Benin Kingdom to do so. Because the more of this we have, the more poverty will be driven out of our society. Lady Cherry Benedion also deserves special thanks. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. May God bless you for your good works. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember today Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the apostle of conflict resolution through non-violence. May his soul continue to rest in peace. Let me go straight to the lecture. The topic is the time is always right to do what is right. I consider this topic very important if our society must make significant progress in all areas. Let me say unequivocally that the current generation of youths are disappointing us when it comes to doing what is right. If anything else, we are making progress on the reverse. I wonder where this country is going to. I only pray for these generations and generations to come. Our approach to this lecture will be very simple. First, we shall define what is right and also give examples of what we must do. Then, we should also offer practical suggestions on the way to the promised land. According to Frank Awano Practical Dictionary, right is something done in accordance or conformable to moral law. Rightness, equitable, just, correct, true, accurate, and not mistaken. Ladies and gentlemen, and by extension our children here, the lecture affords me the opportunity to discuss with the leaders of tomorrow. The lecture is about you, how you can build your today to be great tomorrow. Your tomorrow starts today. Nations are not built overnight. You cannot succeed overnight. You must plan to succeed. If you fail to plan, then you have planned to fail. Success is about attitude, dedication, and focus. The Bible did not even say you can succeed only by miracle. It says God will bless the works of your hand. I am a practical scholar and a philosopher of reality. Even if you believe in miracles, you must work on your attitude. You cannot reap where you did not sow. I do not know your ambition as children today. However, I do know
that you must work towards the realization of that ambition, and that must start today. You cannot intend to be a medical doctor and you are not working hard on science subjects. You cannot intend to be a lawyer without working hard on the relevant subjects. It is quicker, I must repeat, our children, you must listen to this. It is quicker to jump from a story building than using the staircase. But we must know that jumping has hazards. You either die or at best break some parts of your body. I must say that from the information I have gathered about Igbenedion Education Center, the school is known for training children to abide by the high moral values that society requires of them. And I only advise that the institution should continue in this direction. I must also advise our children to take their studies serious. Let me make it clear that if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. I repeat, if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. My father told me this many years ago. I did not know until he died in 1997. Today I'm a professor, and the benefit is for me and my family. My mother also died in 2003. My parents are not here to benefit from my intellectual successes. Your parents will not be there forever. Therefore, your success is majorly for your benefit. If you do not succeed, you will also be the one to suffer. Time is limited. The best time to start doing what is right is now. Procrastination is the father of failure. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. Think out something today. Work hard towards it, and the future will be bright for you. You do not wait for the future. You work the future out today by plan. You do not have to start big. Go and ask every big man today how they started. I'm sure most of them have small beginnings. I'm sure the Esama of Benin is a living example. You can rule your world if you are focused. Know what you want, go for it, and I'm sure you will achieve it. Do not be carried away by the successes of your peers when you do not know their source. Your peers might be involved in negative lifestyle. Do not wait for the right time. You create the time, and the time to start is now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly define what is right. It is important before I go back to Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's conception of a right society. What is right? I have a simple explanation, and I've told people severally. You do not need the Bible, you do not need the Quran, you do not even need the constitutions of the land to tell you what is right. What is right, your mind will tell you. I will simply say that what is right are all acceptable norms and values of our society. In this direction, my students, I admonish you to stay away from social vices, stay away from criminal activities, stay away from cultism, armed robbery, arson, examination malpractices, rituals, and other negative things. In fact, this is the right time to stop what is wrong. Like I said, what is right, your mind will tell you. When God created us, He deposited your conscience. It will tell you what is right. You don't need the Bible, you don't need any paper to tell you. Unfortunately, let me quickly say this as a professor of political science. One area in which the political elites and top bureaucrats in Nigeria, their conscience will never tell them that. This is the area of corruption. I think their conscience will never tell them that corruption is wrong. In fact, I've written several papers on corruption. At a stage, I said corruption is caused by poverty. At another, I said it is caused by greed. Well, I got to a third stage, and I said that corruption is caused by wickedness. And I defined corruption caused by wickedness as amassing over and above what you know your children, generations yet unborn cannot consume. And you are still amassing that weight. That is corruption caused by what? Wickedness. But the day as I was driving down this morning, I had a brainwave. I said I should go beyond wickedness. Maybe I should pity our corrupt leaders. I'm beginning to pity them. Maybe it's not their fault. Maybe we should subject most of them to psychiatric examination. thinking. So, well, you are aware that I'm a professor of political science. And so let me quickly advise our political leaders on what to do to avoid violence. Because Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King preached against violence. And so this is my suggestion to our politicians. They should engage in regular consultation. There should be an agreement on the grand norms. There should be a give and take philosophy. And they should know that no single person has all knowledge and information. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be happy if I do not offer practical suggestions to our youths of today. This is because I do not believe in a Yahoo generation. Neither do I believe in a ritual generation. Let me pause to tell you this. I told one of my friends some few days ago, I said, look, it is a risky thing now. It's a big risk in Nigeria to have children. Now, but we must still have children. But I'm telling you, it's a risk. Because if you are not careful, they use you for ritual. And so, each time I have opportunity to interact with men of God, I tell them, this one you are saying, bind and loose, the enemy must die. Start from the house. Put it as a prayer point. May my children not kill me. So I challenge you today, as you go home, in your early morning devotion, say it, let their ears hear it. May these children not kill me in Jesus' name. First and foremost, we can be self-reliant. The youth needs to tell you can be self-reliant. How do you go about this? Discover your talent. 2, organize your resources. 3, engage yourself meaningfully. And finally, be honest and committed. Do hard job. Finally, let me tell our youths, hard work will never betray you. Consistency will never fail you. Patience will never disappoint you. Discipline will never mislead you. Honesty will never embarrass you. Learning will never harm you. Growth will never stop rewarding you. Focus will never confuse you. Humility will never disgrace you. Determination will never leave you empty. Wisdom will never misguide you. Efforts will never go unnoticed. Integrity will never lose value. Purpose will never misdirect you. Self-control will never weaken you. Time management will never fail you. Truth will never need defending. Ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of being sued by lawyers here, I dare to say, I rest my case. God bless you all.
And head girl presented to do the lay of the week. And the esteemed director of administration has just laid that. Thank you so much, Ma. I'd like us to keep clapping for them.
Please put your hands together for them.
We have been celebrating Martin Luther King in this very square. Can we just stand up and acknowledge vision and put our hands together and appreciate consistency to vision? Can we stand up and acknowledge this woman, this vision owner? Can we stand up and acknowledge persistence and commitment to vision? Because that is why we are standing here today, doing the right thing at the right time. Can we just put our hands together at once? Our dear Lady Cherry, my mom, we appreciate you. Celebrated for the past 33 years, and it's good that when we engage in any action or any assignment, we have understanding. We stand here today to lay this wreath in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King, being a symbol of the struggle against segregation in the United States of America through the non-violence movement. I want to also use this opportunity to remind us and to make us understand, like all the MC have been doing, that because of this great man, Martin Luther King, because of what he stood for, justice and righteousness, that is why students of Igbenedion Education Center, parents and Nigerian citizens can go boldly to the Embassy of the United States of America and we are granted visa. Can we put our hands together to acknowledge that? I would like to welcome everyone to observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day with the theme, Mission Possible, Building Community, Uniting Nations Through Nonviolence. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on the 4th of April 1968 at Memphis, United States of America. Why? Because of his civil rights activity. At the time, there was segregation against people of color in America. The purpose of observing of Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day is to celebrate the life and the legacy of a man who brought hope and healing to America, particularly the African American. I trust God today that on account of some of our students here too, we will be celebrating something good. As our speaker has said, that your family will celebrate you as you stand true for what is right. Igbenedion Education Center joined the rest of the world today to commemorate the timeless values he taught us through his example of non-violence, courage, truth, justice, compassion, dignity, humility, and service that is so radiantly defined in Dr. King's character and empowers his leadership. I believe that this same trait today we can see in the life of our Deputy Chairman, Lady Cherry Igbenedion, and that is why we are here still celebrating Martin Luther King after 33 years. Can we put our hands together? This observance commemorates the universal unconditional love, forgiveness, and non-violence that drove his revelation spirit. Today, African American can live in society free from segregation, walk in freedom, and achieve their personal dream like every other American. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose to be different by leading a non-violent campaign. At the time, it was thought impossible. So if you know that as a person, you yourself one fine day will continue to stand regardless of different opinion around you, you will stand to do the right thing at the right time. Can you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you.
An emblem of freedom to other people around you. You must not allow yourself to be used negatively or to be an agent of injustice.
A famous Black American whose love for his people led to the loss of his life 6 years ago. He fought for peace, love, and justice. It's another great year today indeed, where we celebrate excellence and willpower. You can be whatever you want to be. Just believe in yourself. Joining in this great fight are some other great men and women. Those men and women who sacrificed their lives for a better world for humanity. Some of these great personalities were Queen Eden of the great ancient Benin Kingdom, Chief Obafemi Awolowo of the Yoruba tribe, a great nationalist, Sir Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Nigeria's first president, Zeke of Africa, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and Nigeria's civil rights activist, Rosa Parks, Africa's man of the millennium, Dr. Nelson Mandela, and the man himself, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In the Igbenedion Education Center, of his death. The great man once said, I have a dream. Remember, we had dreams of entering this program. Today, we have the privilege to anchor the program. I am the lovely Miss Aombo Omoyekeme, and standing beside is no other than Miss Elizabeth Osagie. Ladies and gentlemen, just relax and enjoy the theme of today's event, MLK 56. This is the time to do what is right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome these young shining stars, the Montessori pupils.
Bringing up to the stage is the Montessori School for their presentation. Please, let's put our hands together for Igbenedium Montessori Primary School. Lift each other up. We all have faith. Peace, not violence. Kindness is the way. You can change the world. Look around, you're not alone. We all need a hand to hold. When we rise, we
On the way when the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top. I took a trip on the sailing ship, but when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm glad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many other days. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in the Kingston town. Sounds of laughter everywhere, and the dancing girls singing to and fro. I must declare my heart is dead, though I've been from Maine to Mexico. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many other days. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in the Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many other days. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in the Kingston town.
Watching you stand all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. Of flame. I'm going to be reciting a poetry titled Our Greatest Fall by Marianne Williamson. It is our light and not our darkness that most frightens us. Our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is not our power beyond measure. It is our light and not our darkness. We ask ourselves, who am I to be powerful, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? The Spirit of God that is in every single one of us liberates around us. The time to do the right thing in Venezuela, land of beauty and grace, lies a city, a sacred and holy place, a sight to behold, with streets of gold and skies so blue. It's a paradise where dreams come true. From the mountains to the sea, it is a land of hope for all to be free. In Venezuela, all are welcome with open arms, a place of peace away from all harm. The people here are so full with love and light, shining bright like stars in the night. A city that is built on truth and trust, with kindness and compassion. So let us come together and raise our voices, for this city is truly our greatest choice. Venezuela, a haven of love where hope remains. And Duro of Venezuela has been arrested by the U.S. government. The drama you are about to watch was how the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, was arrested. Before the United States arrested him, they've always been on the watch for that country, since they were initially sanctioned by them. This then led to serious suffering in the country, making millions of Venezuelans to flee from the country. Nicolas Maduro never lost the election. I was the winner. You need me? I know they need me. Don't you need me? Yes. God bless Of Venezuela, and I was captured from residence for doing nothing. I am innocent. I am not guilty. I am a decent man. This is the very first time I am being booked for crime, which I know nothing about. I was captured from my home in Caracas. This is purely a case of abduction, not arrest. Thank you, sir.
It is often said, when you want to kill a dog, you give the dog all manner of bad names. Does it mean the dog has actually done wrong? The answer is no. My president has done nothing wrong to be treated in such manner. The high-handedness of the Americans, all because of their supreme military might, would want to intimidate the rest of the world. We will all say yes to that. Such an arrest? That is not true. That is abduction. Because even the American and international law does not allow such an invasion. Just imagine the threat they gave to each one president, telling her that she will be treated like Maduro if she does not cooperate. That is to say, my president was never guilty of any crime, all because he was not ready to succumb to that wicked demon. He is now being considered as a narco-terrorist, drug trafficking, and even in possession of machine guns and explosives. What an aberration! I say, what an aberration! And even French president has gone against the international law by invading another country and catching their president in his own federal court for narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and in the possession of explosives and machine guns. This whole issue will be arraigned in court on the 17th of March, when we shall be hearing the final verdict. Stay tuned. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. are not just a call to action. The cry from soul, a demand for courage in the face of injustice. In Nigeria, where political greed tramples hope and hardship that kills dreams, this war speaking not just to morality, but to courage. They remind us that justice delayed is justice denied, and that silence in the face of God itself a form of wrongdoing. This message is not just a wise one. It is urgent. It is a lifeline for a nation drowning in corruption. A battle cry for Nigeria no one ever wondered. When things change. Now, now. You see it, the man who died because the hospital had no power. The woman who sells her kind the rain doesn't feel their children. The young man shot aside just for simply looking like a young boy. Keep asking, when will Nigeria change? Now, because something has no expiring dates. Hunger doesn't wait for the right time. We are the giants of Africa, the land of China's wisdom. Bala boys fire, and a jealous them that makes the whole world fight. But let our leaders treat us like beggars in our homes. $20 billion stolen from our money, schools without books, hospitals without drugs. One day things will get better, that was holding that slogan. The time to be more for a better life is now. We deserve what our empty promises. Remember the hashtag enters protesters. They didn't wait for permission. They stood before God, that blood stained the like he told them. They chose the time to protest because freedom is never given. It's aching. What will you do? Your friends pray for better living. leaders. You can pray for our future, but yes, there is the arch, King Gary and dirty water. Tomorrow, better day, but tomorrow never comes. Even the Bible says everything has a season, but corruption has no season. Poverty has no calendar. The season for courage is now. The belief say, which means tomorrow is the end, not for tomorrow. Stop waiting, act. I said act. When the right actions are delayed out of fear or selfish interest, hardship multiplies and trust dies. Every moment you postpone justice, corruption grows bolder. Every moment you delay reform, poverty tightens its grip. Every moment you excuse wrongdoing, we think the next generation that integrity does not matter. Doing the right thing in politics requires bravery. Now that the wrongdoing has become normalized, now is the time, not tomorrow, not after the next election, not when the conditions are convenient. Now, because the time is always right to do what is right.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it's always an exciting moment to have you join me on Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. While politics and the political system of Nigeria is still much of a discussion and a lot of persons still criticizing the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, we're going to be going out on the streets to talk to well-meaning Nigerians, well-to-do citizens, concerned citizens about President Bola's 3 years in office, what he has been able to do for the citizens, what citizens have been able to achieve from his administration since his emergence. Basically, we're going to be analyzing, criticizing, talking about everything that has to do with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 3 years in office on Viewpoints today on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Let's go hear what they have to say and share with you.
If the president was able Nigerians won't be so anxious to get rid of him as they are in 2027. President Bola Tinubu has no policy on anything. The constitution of our land says the primary purpose of government is to provide security and welfare for its citizens. Which policy of Tinubu is addressing that primary requirement of the constitution? There's none. We are in the worst security situation that this country has ever been in. We have had more deaths in this non-war era than we had in the Civil War from the time he became president in 2023 to date. There is no policy on security. There is no organized strategy to fight insecurity. So to say his policy is a misnomer, he has no policy on security. Let him tell us one. If he manages to arrange some paper together and show it to us, because they are adept in that APC at throwing up papers and statistics that don't exist. If he manages to throw up some paper as his security policy, then that is the most failed security policy any government, including in Southern Sudan and former Rwanda and Somalia, have ever put in place, because it's a policy that is killing Nigerians. Economically, everybody had thought that since he said he was an accountant and he has worked in multinational, in other words, he has participated in corporations, that he would be one that would value what we mean when we are talking about diversifying economy by bringing in privatization and private sector players. We have thought that he's going to take advantage of the natural resources that we have in Nigeria. Huge money spinning natural resources. The maritime industry can replace oil effectively and fetch us far, far more, finances than we are getting in this mono economy that we call oil. And he is from the southwest, where you have the largest body of maritime, potentials. What policy does Tinubu have in the maritime industry? There's none. What policy does he have in the textile industry? Nigerians are fashion-loving people. And here we go to Italy, we go to Spain, we go to everywhere to buy clothes. But by the time some few Nigerians, in their ingenuity, discovered the kind of clothes that we wear now, that you call Niger Delta and different kind of clothes, the potentials of Nigeria in their ability to be able to create fashion within and from local industries are rare in the southwest, where he also comes from. And the fabric we call Atiku in the north and all of that. So that if you had a textile industry in Nigeria, encouraged by any government, we'll be making hundreds of millions of dollars from that per year. Did he invest in that? No. The Jakarta steel industry, we have one of the easiest, iron and steel to process in the world. Russia came and tried to develop that industry. That industry is still lying fallow. If you have a modern president who is not thinking of industrialization, is not thinking of huge investments in natural resources that are, revenue generating, how do you begin to say that that government has a policy? The policy of social conditional money transfer that you never see. The policy, what policies does he have? So he has no policy for developing a nation. Now let's come to the social dignity of man. What policy does he have to protect the respect and dignity of Nigeria? Does he have that policy? Political policy, what policy does he have in the political realm? He has polarized the nation so much. Now, what policy does he have in terms of developing our nation with respect to institutional building? He has destroyed the judiciary. The judiciary now has no respect because nobody goes to the law courts now to get justice. We begin to talk of how much the judge is likely to take. Judges themselves, lawyers themselves, activist lawyers themselves are all complaining about political interference under this regime in the judiciary. Non-judicial officers like Wike, who is not practicing law, has never practiced law since he said he was a lawyer. His only boast is that he has influence over the judiciary. And we see this political interference. There is no opposition party in Nigeria today that is not having trouble, interference from the ruling party. So the policy of the present government is more deleterious to the Nigerian society than if he had no policies at all. And he has no policies at all. So the present government has no justification for exceeding 1 day beyond May 29, 2027. And Nigerians have all seen this. It's affecting the rich, it's affecting the poor, it's affecting businesses, it's affecting multinational corporations, it's affecting local corporations. So why does a government exist?
This great country, President Ahmed Tinubu has done very well in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of human capital development, particularly the NEL Fund for students. Honestly speaking, when I was in school as a student in the University of Benin, I was working and at the same time I was in school. It wasn't easy. But now you have students who have access to loan, where you build students, you build the future of the country. You build the nation. As far as I am concerned, that singular action of Mr. President has transformed the educational sector. And it has also helped our students who are struggling with funds. And we tend to undermine this aspect of achievement of Mr. President. And the opposition try to look at areas that the president probably also need to look into. Oh yes, the issue of security is being tackled. You will agree with me that the issue of security precedes this administration, and the government is doing all it can to also deal with that aspect of issues that we are having. The Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, a massive project that is currently being undertaken by the current administration. The government has done so well in terms of infrastructure. Agriculture, the government has also put in a whole lot of funds into that area. Importantly is the fact that allocation to states have tripled. State governments across the 36 states, the allocation to them have tripled, as well as the local government. You can see what is happening in Edo State. Because we have funds. It's because the governor of Edo State is doing a whole lot in the state through the China agenda. And you can see the infrastructure that is currently taking place in the state. It is basically because the federal government have ensured that the states get their fair share in terms of revenue allocation and the revenue sharing. And that is what we are seeing currently, even in the state. The development that is taking place across the states, not only in Edo, across the 36 states of the Federation, is as a result of the federal government that have released funds to this state. So also the local government that are also doing their own best. In this state, through the China agenda of the governor and the renewal agenda of the federal government, there is massive development taking place across sectors. Yes, is there room for improvement? Absolutely, there is room for improvement. I won't say that there are areas that the government should look into some areas as well. So a lot of things that the government have not looked into, the government will also look into them. And I very much believe that the issue of development is something that is an ongoing project. So I very much believe that the Tinubu administration is on course to win the next election, the 2027 election. I don't see any reason why the Tinubu administration or the president will not win the election. I don't see any reason at all. The government came in, met a very deplorable economic situation. The government courageously put in some reforms. The removal of subsidy is one of the bold and courageous reform that the government put in place, and that actually generated a lot of funds for the government, and that is why you see these funds being sent to other states of the federation. And sometimes when people ask, "Oh, what has he been doing with the funds?" and I just laugh. The citizens should be patient. Economic reform takes time to translate into development. It takes some time. For me, I believe that the timeliness of these economic policies is also vital.
For me, only one side had been forfeited or fulfilled. That is increase in revenue. Yes, there is no government that can work without revenue. So he increased the revenue. Revenue going to federal, state, and local government has increased, if not 4 times what it used to be before he came. But what is happening to the revenue? Is it being used for security? I don't know, because I'm not seeing the handwriting or the work. Is it being used for roads? I don't know. I'm not seeing any federal government roads in Edo State. Benin, Lagos, Benin, Port Harcourt, Benin, Sobe, Akure Road, Benin, Onitsha Road. I'm not seeing any job that is commensurate with the amount of money that the federal government is getting. If you talk of security, I think it's deteriorating day in, day out. And for me, this is very simple to do. There were vigilantes at the local level, at the community level, before this government came in. What they do was to cancel them, take the guns from them, and if they reconstitute, we are not seeing it. I'm from Ovia. I have not gone to farm for the past 6 weeks because my own village is now the target where people are being kidnapped, ransom collected, some are killed. If you even carried any of the kidnappers to the police, the following day you see the same person in your village. So, for me, security is zero. As far as federal government is concerned, road activities is zero. Even the electricity that he promised that if he does not give us electricity, we should not vote for him. That is what he told us. Are we having light? Let us be frank to ourselves. So he needs to tell us why he thought that electricity will be my first priority and I'm going to give it to the people. It is time for him to explain to us why. Nigerians will always listen. That is why Bibi said all the names that Nigerians call him. He decided to pick the one evil genius. How can somebody be an evil and also be a genius? You understand? And the same way Bibi said, if you ask Nigerians one question, you have 100 answers, and the 100 are correct. See, it was the football that time when they asked one American journalist when they get back to America, I said, what will you remember Nigeria for? I said 2 things. First, they are suffering and smiling. The second one, when they say NEPA, there is no light, and it is not always regular. You see how he describes us. We are people that takes risk in terms of let's manage, tomorrow will be good. But the government is not helping us. So for me, I have not seen what Mr. President has done for the past 3 years to warrant him to recontest.
The Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration came into power on the 29th of May 3 years ago. That administration came in, and the very first thing he did was to remove subsidy from petroleum products, particularly fuel, PMS. That was it was a shock to all Nigerians, and it resulted in a chain reaction. It resulted in the fact that prices of food petrol went up, and transportation goes with fuel, and so prices of goods and services skyrocketed. This ended up not giving Mr. President a honeymoon which a newly elected president should get. It was courageous anyway, I must say, because other administrations have been kicking the can forwards, trying to refuse to face that difficult decision. He took that difficult decision, and I must give him credit for that. But the thing was that it was a planless decision because he did not sit down to find out what will be the results of that action. He also harmonized the foreign exchange into a single exchange, and it also caused hardship to the country. The removal of fuel subsidy and the harmonization of the foreign exchange to one single foreign exchange also caused hardship to the country and the citizens. And so we also see that Mr. President has been going on a borrowing spree. He seems to, at any opportunity, just go ahead and borrow, which is digging Nigeria into the debt pits, which ought not to be. His mantra seems to be borrow, borrow, borrow. I urge Mr. President right now to put his feet on the brakes on borrowing, because he must understand that borrowing also ends up in payments. How are you going to pay? Can we continue like this? A government exists for the welfare and security of its people. We see insecurity everywhere in this country, and government is not being reduced to a government of condolence messages. Every time killings are held in the north, various parts, north, east, north, central, we send condolence messages. Life has become very cheap in Nigeria, that death no longer means anything to Nigerians. Now the chicken is coming home to roost. It has come to the southwest, and now Nigerians are panicking. How do we handle all these situations? Let me go into the oil sector. We find out that every administration wants to do turnaround maintenance on refineries that are not working. Billions of dollars are poured in it, and yet nothing comes out of it, only to end up throwing money into a cesspit for people to loot. That is not how a country should be run. We have seen Mr. President junketing for investments. I must commend him, because from what I see or read, he gets some deals for the country. It has been economic diplomacy he has been doing, and if it comes to fruition, I hope it benefits Nigeria to ensure that those deals that he gets come home to Nigeria and develop Nigeria. One of the ways that it would have been better was for him to long ago to have had ambassadors. He recalled all the ambassadors all over the world back home until the United States pressure came on him before it dawned on him that he should appoint ambassadors. When he does that economic diplomacy abroad, it is for the ambassadors to go ahead and ensure that the nitty-gritties and the enforcement of those agreements are done, and Nigerians get the benefits. When we did not have ambassadors, and even some still don't have ambassadors because some have been rejected, it is very important that he should have listened to the advice of Nigerians calling him to appoint ambassadors. And so, coming back again to borrowing, Mr. President should press the brakes on borrowing. He should stop borrowing. And again, any person who has a first term in office may always want to have a second term. I'm not going to stop Mr. President for contesting for a second term, but he should sit down and think, what has my first term brought to Nigerians? What am I going to tell Nigerians when I get to the rostrum on campaign? Is he going to be dancing and singing and just clapping hands for women? Or rather, he should be telling us of his scorecard in 3 years. What will you do for us in 4 years that you have not done in these 3 years? I wish Mr. President well as he goes ahead campaigning for a second term, and I hope Nigerians are wiser and take the
Tinubu administration has been so terrible. Starting from the first day he resumes office up to this time, there have not been something tangible or positive that one citizen will say that they will look up to or hold on to, that in this area he has actually done well. The first speech he gave as he resumed as president was one of them was the fuel subsidy removal, and since then Nigeria has not been the way it is. Just imagine our minimum wage which wages is not up to 80,000 naira. And some persons are spending up to 60,000 naira for transport, going to office every day. So how will such person survive? So it's so painful that the salary of an average Nigerian will not be able to buy one bag of rice. So coming back again for second tenure, that if his conscience is actually working fine, he would have just have to abandon that vision and focus on something else. He can become a patron, he can become an elder spokesman to direct any other person, maybe the younger ones, to pick up the office. Because look at the area of insecurity. It has become so terrible that in some areas by 6 p.m. they have to lock up their business places, run home because of the bandits and herdsmen issues. Even in Edo State, when you go to areas in Ekpoma, students are no longer in schools. It's as if the plans of the Fulani and the herdsmen is actually come to place, because one of their motives is to end education, and you can see their target. They are either targeting on religion houses or they are targeting on schools. Like one of our renowned politician will say, is a pisma. So it's a very painful thing that we are seeing people like this. They know what they are doing is not working, and they are still striving to go second tenure. It has affected us a lot because in some areas that we are supposed to buy property maybe in a cheaper rate so that we can sell and make more money, we have to abandon those areas and focus on areas that they are maybe a little bit secured. And some persons are even striving to eat. So in a situation like what we are experiencing in Nigeria today, so if you ask an average Nigerian to provide 200,000 naira monthly, they can't get it. Or you're asking someone who is receiving salary of 70,000 naira to be able to save to buy property. It's not an easy, despite the pay small or instrumental system that we put in place. Many persons are unable to afford it. The high cost of living is consuming a lot from their daily income. It's only those in diaspora that are really trying to put one or two together to buy property. And if you check the insecurity in the country, it's not encouraging them. They will tell you, instead of them to come and buy property at home, they better buy property in overseas. And you check the statistics, buying property in Nigeria and buy property overseas, you will encourage yourself to either you buy over there, not even the area of security. Now we are talking about the economical value. Then add the insecurity to it. Some of them have already crossed their mind that over their dead body they are not coming to Nigeria. So you trying to convince such person to come and buy property is a waste of time. So it's really affecting some businesses. Either you are selling, you are a car dealer, you are into properties. The insecurity, the economic hardship is affecting a lot.
Talking about the present administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I would say, talking about it, first and foremost, if you want me to score him, I'll score him below average, because in some areas he has done well and in some areas he hasn't done well. First and foremost, the major thing that has impressed me most in his government is this the policy of NEL Fund. That is helping the students, because of course I came from that background, that is helping the students presently, whereby no matter how poor your parents are, you can access NEL Fund and won't drop out of school. Talking about insecurity, unfortunately insecurity, it hasn't improved. It has gone on another dimension. First and foremost, past administrations, Boko Haram and the rest were more. This administration, banditry, kidnapping is more, Talking about his coming back, unfortunately, I'll tell you the truth, he will come back because the so-called politicians are not ready to take power. There's a coalition that has scattered. They came to form another party, They can't come together to unseat the president because they all have the same interest and the same ambition. And unfortunately, I don't see any of these old politicians that have been recycling themselves. I don't see any of them taking us out of the situation we are presently in the country. Because they've been there before now. I can't see what they did. Former vice president, all of them, they've been there in one capacity or the other. I can't see what they did, that is better than what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing right now. Except probably maybe a new person comes out and will say, okay, let us try this person. They form a coalition in ADC. We all know the story of ADC right now. Some of them have gone to NDC. So they have all scattered, they've all shared their vote. President Tinubu is playing the politics, getting the governors to himself. And trust me, there's no governor that would not want to deliver his state, either by hook or by crook. So at the end of the day, we'll go and vote. We believe in this country. But at the end of the day, straightforward, President Tinubu will come back 2027. So if you ask me, I will say, if his administration have been fair, has it been fair? Yes and no. No, because presently we're still experiencing what we've been experiencing. Yes, because if given time, some of his policies can yield results, and at the end of the day, we'll get to where we are going.
It has really been an eventful year for citizens in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administrations and opinions. The first was some are saying that his 3 years in the office has really been an eventful year, and they expect the president to do more, especially in the area of security, in order to secure lives and properties of citizens, which is the primary and sole responsibility of the government. Some are also saying that time should be given to the president in order for him to be able to achieve his promise to citizens. And that is what we've analyzed and talked about on Viewpoint today. Giving the president more opportunity, more time to be able to fulfill all his promises when he emerged as a president 2023 to the citizens. Some opinions still feels like he has not done anything in his past 3 years in office, and he has no reason to come back to office or to have a continuation of presidency. Time should be given to the president in order to be able to fulfill all his promises, with the fact that 3 years is not enough to fulfill all the necessary obligations and promises made to citizens. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to center around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I'd like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable in developed societies. If when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated, has started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to
as nascent.
27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
He's a fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away
from our curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continue to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day. And instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect. It is popularly accepted to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whosoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26 years old Auntie Onaru moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26 years old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Onaru had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, a 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him. And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NAVID, or Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin, what was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are
in the minority.
Of course, if in any case, we say that we are the largest minority. That is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But The point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before, even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at the time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no Braille ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer a solution. That's where the Braille ballot guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there would be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Braille ballot guide. And Braille ballot guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, Continuous Voters Registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disabilities type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you will be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that yes, it's fine that we had those problems 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles election, if in the obstacles election, organizing an election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system, I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And one would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course the INEC, I mean the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course,
of course. Government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for
women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course, we have. Power is not served a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
government? Sorry for cutting
that of the
without mentioning any political party. I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same position. You have paid for the form and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issue. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so seen. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering? I hope you know what I'm saying. Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment. Yes. We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the executive director Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news update at noon. I am Amarachuku Azuka. You can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. You can also follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. President Bola Tinubu has approved the appointment of 26 officials into the boards and leadership of 10 federal government agencies and commissions, with a former Ekiti State Governor, Mr. Ayo Fayose, named chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency. The appointment, announced in a statement by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, also include Major General Junaid Bindawa as chairman of the National Security Agency. Mr. Fayose will head the Rural Electrification Agency board alongside Amadu Abubakar and Ilasuyu Makintawa, who were appointed as members and non-executive directors. The board also comprises the agency's Director General, Abba Aliyu, and 3 previously appointed executive directors. The President also approved 8 additional appointments to the National Salary and Wages Commission. Former federal lawmaker Olajumoke Okoya Thomas was appointed secretary of the commission, while Ogule Lilian, Oladele Oto, Olatunbosun, and Yakubu Bade will serve as commissioners representing Benue, Oyo, and Kaduna states, respectively. Also appointed as members of the commission are Mai Adamu Yo, Bornu, Jinika To, Enugu, Lawrence Oko, Edo, and Bello Yadbode, Kogi. The statement further announced the reassignment of Tosin Adeyanju. President Tinubu also made fresh appointments to other agencies. The Federal High Court in Abuja has sentenced 2 senior commanders of the Ansarut terrorist group and Al-Qaeda affiliated extremist organization to life imprisonment after they pleaded guilty to multiple terrorism-related offenses. Justice Emeka Nwite handed down the sentence after convicting Abubakar Abba, popularly known as Abu Bara, and Mahmoud Usman, also known as Mahmouda, on its government and widely regarded as an affiliate of the Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb. Moving on, the newly appointed regional pastor of Omega Fire Ministries, Southern Region 3, Pastor Courage Imolore, on Monday paid a familiarization visit to the management of independent television and radio at Glass House on Airport Road, Benin City, reaffirming the ministry's commitment to strengthening its over 2-decade partnership with the media organization. Ofure Aneto has details.
On his assumption as regional pastor of Omega Fire Ministries Southern Region 3, Pastor Courage Imolore, in company with members of the ministry, had an audience with the management to familiarize himself with the station and appreciate management for over 20 years of partnership and media support. In his remarks during the visit, Pastor Courage Imolore said the ministry looks forward to deepening its relationship with ITV and radio, pointing out that the church and the media remain strategic partners in propagating the gospel and promoting positive values in society.
Being that I just came on board, I needed to know this corporation the ministry has been partnering with. Get to know who the management staffs, and the media can do without the church, and likewise the church can also do without the media. So that's one of the reasons why we came.
Responding, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, congratulated Pastor Courage Imolore on his appointment. Engineer Obaseki described the vision bearer of Omega Fire Ministries, Apostle Johnson Suleiman, as one of the station's most valued partners, assuring the ministry of ITV's continued support.
For you to know that one of the first port of call in the media house like ours means you've already hit the ground running. The anointing upon your geo. It's not just a thing of pride to just OFM members. It's a thing of pride to us from Edo, to us from Nigeria, and to us from Africa.
Among members of the management team present were Executive Director, Operations, Chief Elder Ogbeide Unwonse, Director, Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, Assistant Acting General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Thomas Sadu, and other management staff. From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
The Ebonyi State government has intensified the enforcement of its ban on graduation, valedictory, and prize-giving ceremonies across public and private schools, deploying over 106 surveillance and security personnel to monitor compliance across the state's 13 local government areas. Addressing the monitoring team during a briefing in Abakaliki, the state capital, the Ebonyi State Commissioner for Primary and Secondary Education, Donatus Ilang, charged the officers to ensure the directive without compromise. He issued a stern warning to defaulting schools, emphasizing that any institution found violating the policy would face severe sanctions. The commissioner disclosed that investigations are underway into more than 158 schools reported for allegedly breaching the directive. He added that principals, head teachers, and proprietors who fail to refund graduation levies illegally collected from parents will soon face severe disciplinary measures. Now, 17 shops have been destroyed in an early morning fire that swept through Sabo Market in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State on Tuesday. The spokesperson of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, Olawale Afolabi, disclosed in a statement that the fire broke out at about 1:10 a.m. and was successfully contained before it spread to other sections of the market. According to Afolabi, preliminary investigations indicated that the inferno originated in one of the shops before spreading to adjoining stores. He noted that emergency responders from Lagos State Emergency Management Agency and the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service immediately commenced firefighting operations, preventing the blaze from escalating into a larger disaster. According to him, a post-incident assessment showed that 17 of 32 shops in the affected section of the market were damaged, with provisions, groceries, foodstuff, and other merchandise destroyed. Now, the call for full local government autonomy has again assumed the front burner across Nigeria. Some stakeholders insist that granting local government councils financial and administrative independence will improve grassroots development, accountability, and service delivery. Ehis Ohunamure has details.
The renewed agitation for full local government autonomy has continued to generate debate, with some Nigerians expressing hope that it will strengthen governance at the grassroots. From Benin City, some legal practitioners were of the opinion that full autonomy will promote transparency, accountability, and faster execution of development projects while reducing undue interference from state governments.
Actually, the local government chairmen are collecting their money. Your eyes can see projects being executed by local government, but is it being done?
State is midwifing the local government. Ordinarily, the local government should exist on its own because they are the one that affects the people directly. Local governments don't have direct access to the funding.
In Lagos, political analyst Sahid Ajadi said local government chairmen must use the financial autonomy grant to separate themselves from state governors by initiating and executing projects that impact on the local people.
When you have access to cash and you have a lot of thoughtfulness, then you can do stuff. You don't wait for anybody when you are the executive. Just like owning a company and waiting for someone to teach you how to run the company. You have to hold the bull by the horn and get things done.
From Warri, Delta State, a political analyst, Comrade James Etiang, said for local governments to get full autonomy, the Supreme Court should empower the Independent National Electoral Commission to conduct local government elections by using its powers on constitutional review in order to reduce the power of governors for not controlling the local government affairs, financial and political manipulation.
Monies have been paid to the local government account. The governor still go back behind all the train and collect the money from the chairman, because the chairman have become appendages of the state government. You can imagine some state, they have the commissioner for local government, which in actual case, a commissioner is not supposed to superintend over a local government chairman.
In July 2024, the Supreme Court of Nigeria delivered a landmark verdict granting financial and administrative autonomy to the 774 local government councils. From Benin, Ehis Ohunamure, ITV News.
And now on business news, the proposed African Atlantic gas pipeline has moved closer to implementation after heads of state of the Economic Community of West African States signed the intergovernmental agreement for the project at the ECOWAS summit in Freetown, Sierra Leone. The agreement provides the sovereign backing required to advance the Ambitions pipeline project, which is designed to link Nigeria's gas resources with markets across West Africa, the Sahel, Morocco, and Europe. The development was disclosed in a statement issued by the Chief Corporate Communications Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Andy Ode. The AAGP, which is being jointly promoted by NNPC Limited and Morocco's Office National des Hydrocarbons et des Mines, is planned to stretch nearly 6,900 kilometers along the West African Atlantic coast. The pipeline is expected to transport 30 billion cubic meters of natural gas annually, connecting gas-producing countries with major demand centers and landlocked countries in the Sahara. And now on entertainment news, rapper Oludimide Martin Alejo, popularly known as YC, has spoken about his long and difficult battle with bipolar disorder, revealing how the condition forced him to step away from music for several years. The rapper disclosed that during an interview that he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in 2020 while in London during the COVID-19 lockdown. According to him, he spent about 3 months in and out of hospital before returning to Nigeria to continue his treatment due to visa restrictions. YC also spoke about how challenging it is to access care in Nigeria, saying the lack of qualified mental health personnel made it difficult to continue his treatment after he left London. And now talking sports, only 4 players are yet to report to the Super Falcons camp in Casablanca as the defending champion stepped up preparations for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. 21 of the 25 invited players were said to be in camp ahead of Nigeria's opening Group C match against Malawi on July 28th, with the head coach Justin Madugu overseeing training sections. 4 players are still expected to complete the squad, including defender Michelle Alozie, midfielder Deborah Abiodun, and forwards Gift Monday and Folashade Ijami Lucy. With the bulk of squad now assembled, preparations have intensified as the 10-time African champions fine-tune plans to begin their title defense on a strong note against Malawi before taking on Zambia and Egypt in Group C. The tournament, which will run from 26 July to 16th August, also doubles as the African qualifiers for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil, with top-tier teams qualifying for the World Cup. And that ends the news at noon. Thank you for watching. I am Amarachuku Azuka. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesi Wasawaje. Today on Healthy Living, we shall be looking at malaria. The same malaria.
Good afternoon and thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Walsawage. Today we're going to look at malaria, prevention and of course treatment. Most of us already know what causes malaria, but for the purpose of education, we're going to go all over that again. And I have with me in the studios Dr. Jolly Nosa Iguma, the CMD Jonas Medical Center here in Benin City. A pleasure to have you join us today again, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, viewers.
Okay, so how is everything?
Everything is fine.
All right, we are in the rainy season and malaria is everywhere. Talk to us. Walk us through that line. Malaria, what malaria is, what fever is, how do we get malaria, what not should be done and be done in this regard.
Yes, malaria, as common as it is the commonest cause of death in Nigeria. The commonest cause of death in Nigeria is not killer asthma and is not bandit.
But you know that's very hard to believe because people will say ordinary malaria. At what point does it kill?
Yes.
You know that kind of a question because you just said is the #1 killer disease in the world. But for me and some other persons, we are finding it so difficult to understand that.
Yes, malaria is an endemic disease that is restricted to some particular part of the world. It is not a pandemic as we have in the COVID-19 that affects or ravage the entire part of the world. And by definition, we say that malaria is a parasitic infection that is carried by vector from one person to another. And this malaria carrying vector, or the mosquito that carries this parasitic infection, must be available for malaria to be able to be transmitted from one person to another. And this parasitic infection is called the Plasmodium parasite. And this Plasmodium parasite is of different types. We have the Plasmodium vivax, which is the commonest. We have the Plasmodium falciparum, which is the deadliest or the most fatal of this parasitic infection.
So where do we find all of this in this Nigeria?
Yes, they are actually found in the gut of the mosquito.
Of the mosquito.
Because the mosquito feeding habit is sucking of blood. There are different types of the mosquito. We have the Anopheles mosquito, we have the Culex, we have the Aedes. Those ones might be feeding on mosquito on the flower nectars. That color part of the flower. But however, this Anopheles stephensi
feeds on blood.
Yes, feeds strictly on blood. And through the process of feeding blood, they will have been infected through the process of sucking an infected person that has malaria, thereby carrying it to another person that is non-infected. So that is to say that for the malaria to be very common, for malaria to be prevalent, it therefore means that there must be mosquito that is the vector carrying the organism. According to World Health Organization, more than 300 million cases are reported worldwide. More than 200 million cases of malaria are reported worldwide. Out of this figure, about 400 to 600,000 deaths are recorded yearly, of which Nigeria in particular contribute to 25%, while in Africa we have about 95%. That is to say that malaria is a scourge. It's actually a disease that we have to eliminate in Africa. And this disease actually is a killer to underage group, usually under 5 age group, and usually pregnant women. That is to say that pregnant women as well as children that is under 5 years of age are those that are usually having the complication that might result to mortality or death.
Okay, so why does Nigeria carry the highest malaria burden in the world?
Yes.
Because you just said about 27%.
Yes, because of the geographical location of, of the climate, not only that, I will not say that the Nigeria government, because of the political setting, they are not doing enough in the elimination of malaria. But we will say that climate or the weather is a contributing factor.
Okay.
Just for the very just now, Nigeria is a very hot climatic environment, and not only that, we have a very long rainy season period. Like we're in July, rainy season will start from June down to September, October, November. So this long period of rainy season, it's actually a factor that will contribute to, abundance of mosquito in the environment.
Okay.
Because the water is needed for mosquito to multiply. Water is needed for mosquito to lay their eggs.
And we have stagnant water
everywhere. And not only that, we have bushes which also serve as eating places for those adult mosquito.
All right, for viewers and my humble self who usually think that malaria is just ordinary fever or just fever like that, tell us what exactly happens to the body when someone gets infected, and when does it become severe? That point where we say, oh, there's nothing we can do anymore.
Yes. Once you are bitten by an infected mosquito, the Anopheles stephensi mosquito, like the female mosquito, it takes 10 to 15 days for the symptom to be manifested. And the commonest symptom of this malaria is fever. The reason why some people will say malaria fever. And once you say fever, some people will even think it's the malaria.
It's malaria.
But the malaria is a disease. The fever is the symptom.
Okay.
The commonest symptom of malaria is fever. And the commonest cause of fever in Nigeria is malaria.
It's malaria.
The commonest cause of fever. My body is hot, I'm feeling feverish. What comes to mind is malaria that is responsible for it. But that is not to say that other disease conditions cannot also cause fever. Other than the fever, another symptom that the malaria can cause is cheese. That's shakiness. Not only that, headache is also a symptom. Joint pains or joint weakness is also a symptom.
Okay.
Then you can have abdominal pain. Usually in children, abdominal pain can also be as a result of malaria in children.
Okay.
Not only that, nausea and vomiting. Not only that, somebody can also have diarrhea as a symptom of malaria.
Malaria.
Even cough too. Yes, even cough. Somebody can also cough. And if you look at the pathophysiology, just like the way I said it, once you are bitten by a mosquito, the parasite in the gut enters the blood, and from the blood it finds its way, the sporozoid of that parasite now, whether Plasmodium vivax, whether Ove, whether Lomesi, whether Falciparum, whether Malaria, any of those Plasmodium parasites.
Yes.
That it depends on the mosquito. That is, depends on what the mosquito is carrying. But the commonest one, as I said now, is the vivax, which is very common, and the deadliest of all is the Falciparum. So once it enters the blood, it goes into the liver. It's the liver that is an organ that enables those parasites to mature and multiply. Thereby, it empties into the blood. By the time it leaves the liver and enters the blood, that is when somebody starts manifesting those symptoms.
All right, we're going to take a short break now. When we come back, Doctor, we'll be talking about prevention and, of course, protection, because that is the point we're getting to now. Malaria is started hitting people now again, and in a very, very, very serious way. All right, we're still here, and we're talking about malaria with Dr. Jolly Nusa Igoma. So at this point, Doctor, let me ask you this question. You know that once somebody is feverish, we look for PCM, we look for something, or somebody can even go all out to say, let me go get malaria drugs, we do self-medication, we rest. Maybe after some weeks, the symptoms comes back again. So what are the danger signs that means that someone with malaria needs to go to the hospital immediately and not stay at home and be doing self-nurse and self-doctor?
Yes, malaria symptom can be acute. It could also be a severe form. The acute symptoms that include fever, the chills, the headache, the cough, the diarrhea, the joint pains or the joint weakness, abdominal pain, usually in children. Those ones might just be an acute manifestation of the disease condition. But in chronic, somebody might begin to have convulsion or seizure, as the case may be. They might even go into coma
as a result of malaria.
As a result of malaria, what we call cerebral malaria. It therefore means you see when people will say that after the feverish condition, they now start talking, having what you call hallucination. They start saying things, visual hallucination.
Yes.
So malaria does that to somebody. When it enters the brain, the parasite can cause the blood-brain barrier. That will cause the person to have that kind of symptom, become a severe form. Of course, you don't have to wait till it gets to that before it gets to that stage. Not only that, some person that begin to even have what we call malarial nephropathy as a complication, where the malaria will now even affect the kidney as an organ, usually the Plasmodium falciparum. Some people can come down with kidney failure because of malaria. Some person might even come down with a pulmonary congestion. They will be having difficulty breathing because of malaria, as the case may be. Not only that, some person might even begin to pass dark color urine because once the liver starts releasing those toxins in the system, which the malaria parasite now into the blood, because the liver is actually the organ where the parasite will have to be matured before it's now releasing to the blood. Therefore, it attacks the red blood cell. So when you start destroying the red blood cell, somebody might become anemic, which may even require blood transfusion for this particular individual. Not only that, somebody might even begin to have passage of a blood urine. As a result of malaria. Yes, exactly. What the red water fever, as the case may be. So you see that malaria can cause death. Malaria is curable and is preventable, and it's also a killer disease.
Okay, let's look at the R21 vaccine that was somewhat talked about in 2024, I think middle 2024, and we had states like Bayelsa and one other northern state as pilot state to try out the vaccines. How far with the vaccine, doctor?
Yes, the vaccine is still on trial.
Okay.
It is not a vaccine for the very just now. You can just go to any clinic or hospital that you access. It's still on because the target is for children and young adults.
Well, what about pregnant women? Because they also it's very dangerous for them to have malaria.
For pregnant women, we already have a target for them. There's what we call intermittent prevention treatment. For the reason that, for the fact that we are aware that if a woman is pregnant and this woman develops malaria, this woman is at risk of having preterm labor or preterm contraction that will result to a preterm death. Not only that, it's still possible for a woman that is pregnant that develops malaria in pregnancy to have what you call intrauterine growth retardation. The baby will be having a stunted growth that might even be comfortable to life. They might not even be able to survive in that early stage of life. So as a result of that, every woman that comes for antenatal will give them 3 doses of IPT at different time. Whether they come down with malaria symptom or not. But that is different from malaria in pregnancy. Somebody that is pregnant can come down, somebody that is pregnant can come down with malaria symptoms, and we must be very sure that it is malaria. That is why the investigation, the laboratory investigation is very important. Either the use of microscopy or the use of rapid diagnostic tests, which will actually reveal that this patient has malaria. Then we can treat this patient like a normal patient, considering the risk against pregnancy. Yes. So for pregnant women, we already have a target for it. So the vaccine is to target young children. Is to target under 5 age group and young, adult, as the case may be, because the major deaths that we say that 300,000 to 400,000 deaths are recorded yearly. I will tell you that pregnant women as well as underage children, usually less than 5 age, are usually the highest number that is recorded in terms of deaths. So those persons need the vaccine. However, we are still expecting that very soon the vaccine will be very common.
You know, it was a great relief, and it was well accepted when federal government came out with the announcement that there's going to be malaria vaccine and all of that since 2024. Abi.
Yes.
Maybe so, doctors.
Yes, so actually, the came up with it in 2021. Okay. So it was in 2024, it got to Nigeria, but not too very accessible. It's still not very accessible.
Because one may be tempted to ask, COVID-19, within 6 months, the vaccine was everywhere.
Because it was a pandemic.
So because this one is not a pandemic.
Yes, it's an endemic disease. It's restricted to,
to Africa.
To Africa and some, few European and Asia countries, as the case may be. Don't forget that even during that COVID-19 pandemic era, when those vaccines came out, how many of them were produced in Nigeria? It was international donor. We got them through donors.
We get some vaccines from the international community.
Yes,
malaria is not one of them till now. At least the whole place should be like flooded with malaria vaccine since it's endemic.
That is supposed to be the goal. That is supposed to be the goal. That is where the international body. That is why we still believe that.
Is it that some persons are not pushing the right buttons at the right corner?
And in pharmaceutical, this is not something I'm supposed to say on air. I tell that the commonest drugs available
are malaria drugs. Everybody
so once you have the vaccine and maybe
they say malaria drugs.
Nigeria is not certified free for malaria. Even when you go to hospital, I will tell you that they will say 1 out of every 5 is malaria.
I was somewhere trying to pump my tire, and then this Alagbo, this herb, these people that sell herb, what do I call them, street hawkers of herb, was administering Agbo to somebody. Yes. And he said, after you take him, 2 hours, go take fancy that. You know that fancy. And then I said, hey, okay, make a right time. And then he wrote it. He said, now that one, after you take this, I'm beginning to wonder what is really happening to us when it comes to taking care of our health. Yes. What you have said, that malaria is dangerous. It is not just, it is not ordinary. It is a killer thing that we should be mindful of.
Yes. Once you are infected with malaria and you play with it, like the Plasmodium falciparum, the Plasmodium parasite, which I said is the deadliest, sometimes the manifestation of the symptom might just last for like 24 hours before the person will just be reported dead. Okay. To tell you how deadly it is. So taking the right drugs is a step in preventing malaria from causing death. So World Health Organization they came up with combination therapy. You see, most of the drugs that we used to know, they are not resistant. Chloroquine was a very common drug for treating malaria, but chloroquine is no longer in use for the treatment of malaria because even the Plasmodium parasite now is resistant to chloroquine. So the accepted World Health Organization regimen, in fact, most of the drugs, very common drugs that you know, they are either a combination of artemether plus artesunate.
All right, what's the way forward now? We have just a minute to do that. What's the way forward now?
Yes, the way forward is to ensure that your environment is free from mosquito.
Okay.
Because the mosquito is the vector carrying microorganism, the parasitic organism that causes the malaria. Therefore, you ensure that there is no stagnant water in your environment. The government have a role to play. Individual too have a role to play. So ensure that those gutters, those stagnant water around, they are well drained. In the house, ensure that the open water, some persons, they will face their house, they use this water, and they use this bottle, as a defense, against, invaders for coming to their compound. But those broken bottles can begin to retain water. And by the time those broken bottles retains water, mosquito goes in there and start breeding. So any water that you are not making use of, maybe like an open jar in your house, ensure that you close them. because water is required for mosquito to multiply. Like this very rainy season now, you will not see that mosquito will be everywhere because they will breed. They need water to breed, and not only that, if you live in a mosquito endemic area or malaria endemic area, ensure that you sleep under a insecticide treated net. Usually your children that is under 5 age group, pregnant women and children are usually those two groups that are at risk of developing complication of malaria that can cause death.
All right, doctor. We've said all that we can say this afternoon on the program. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us. We'll do this again next week. We will definitely do something on your health again next week. So until then, please take advice we concern you. Until we meet again, bye-bye.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
certainly the best.
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience after winning and contesting on the platform, in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my hat for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party. It's the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions, people took advantage of that to begin to behave as they like. And then the situation has gotten to a point where we needed someone of courage like Dickson, who has courageously taken the bulls by the horns. Because why would people come into a political party and then after party members have invested confidence in you, that you are going to raise the profile of their party and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party? Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped America to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that we begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What you continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dickson stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it just becomes, it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. I mean, if Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within the period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement would not be itinerant politicians today. which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriaki is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriaki is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also, have that in their law. Because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the one that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a really sustainable institution. And in any case, we started that, those strategically, by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect that, taking cognizance of section 68 article G of the Nigeria Constitution, say that a political and a politician shall cease to be a member of House of Assembly when he defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At a time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had a kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A. Tomorrow I defer to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or forfeit that position that I want under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound a warning to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge our political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party or positions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No. There's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to place their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law, and it's going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise NDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference, or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret cult? It's not a secret cult. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons. The presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. That alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC, they are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process whereby that, okay, if I get into this party, it is for life, the constitution has held me there for life, it will be fine, it will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies, there will be discipline, there won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say over the control of party affairs.
What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, the find out that will not be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 has amended that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of the Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, they've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party, having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relegate your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party, can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law. But we see that that National Assembly is not very willing to make such laws, because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work, because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak, just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during election you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that is being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse.
Thank you.
It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, and I am Wilson Omasha. Well, today is all about Russia and, of course, Ukraine war. Remember, the war has been ongoing for over 3 years now, counting, and it seems that the war has refused to obey, so to speak, the method being adopted by great minds, great countries, even Donald Trump. Yet conflict resolution seems to be ineffective. The Middle East area of bombardment, the latest threat is that Russia is attacking vessels on the Black Sea. Yes, but I heard about some persons also being killed in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. It's like Russia has gone all out. And Zelensky also is trying to get some points in favor of their cause. Maybe one or two bombardments in some vital areas of Russia. But I'm talking, this war has been spanning for over 3 years and counting. Doesn't mean that it's going to be a war without an end in sight. All diplomatic skills, method applied to resolve this conflict seems to be just negative, not even happening to douse the tension between Russia and Ukraine. Or is it because of the Iran-US war, Israel-Gaza war, or some other interests surrounding a very particular imbroglio between these two great nations? The one is greater, Russia and Ukraine. What in the world is really happening? Well, my guests, they'll be joining me virtually. Both of them, they are from the U.S. I'd like to start my introduction by introducing Ahmed Mamadou, a political analyst, political affairs commentator, joining me virtually all the way from the U.S. Ahmed, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wilson, and good afternoon to the audience. Thank you for inviting me on this show, Wilson.
Thank you so much for making our time to join us this afternoon. And of course, if Honorable here, okay, is there even Honorable? Thank you so much for making our time to join us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wilson, and good afternoon, viewers.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, right now we will go for a very short break. When we return, we'll put this show on the road. Welcome aboard the International Forum. I am Wilson Omasho.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We are zooming in on what is happening right now between Russia and, of course, Ukraine. I've introduced my guests already. Quickly, let's move straight down to where Ahmed is, standing by. Ahmed, I know you can hear me loud and clear. What do you think is behind, the sustenance, so to speak, right now, in quote, of the war between Russia and Ukraine? It seems to have failed all diplomatic means of resolving this conflict. You made it clear. Forget about the land conquered. Disband your army. Don't join the EU. Then there'll be peace. But it's like Zelensky is saying, no, every ounce of land gotten by Russia, even Crimea, must be recovered before we say total glory to Ukraine. Take it up from there.
Again, thank you, Wilson, for inviting me on the show, and greetings to viewers again. So what is happening, what we are seeing play out is essentially the national ego of both countries to not back down. I think Russia initially miscalculated, as everyone knows, that this was going to be an easy war and they would quickly overrun the territories of Ukraine and then reclaim them, as it were, to their former glory. That has always been the ambition of Putin. And he had said that many times that he wanted to unify Russia, whatever that means. That's all of the independent countries that broke away from the original USSR were somehow going to be brought back under the control of Russia in one manner or form. And then we saw how Ukraine, in a bid to kind of prevent that from happening and allowing Russia to overrun them in any way, they decided that we're going to join the NATO countries and kind of rely on that alliance for their defense. And then that didn't work as they planned. And so it's gradually escalated to the point where we are now simply at the nationalistic ego, where Ukraine is saying it doesn't matter what it costs, how many lives are going to be taken, Russia is not going to reclaim the territory. And Russia is saying the same thing, that they will reclaim that territory because it originally belonged to them, no matter what happens. So we are simply at the point of nationalistic ego, and then the ego of the leaders of both countries trying to assert themselves and make sure they don't back down.
I will definitely come back to you, Ahmed. Let's get to hear from Honorable Ehi Egareba. Do you share his views when we talk about ego clash between two nations, President Putin and, of course, President Vladimir Zelensky?
I think, thank you for having me, Wilson. I think primarily the reason why this war started was Vladimir Putin's desire to prevent Ukraine from aligning with NATO or the West, and of course, like my co-discussant said, to reassert control over former Soviet territories, which nobody really knows how he's going to accomplish that. However, the root of this present conflict can be traced back to 2014 or so, when it was, after the widespread protest in Ukraine, which led to the removal of Viktor Yanukovych. He was a pro-Russian president of Ukraine at the time, and after he left, he was the protest, which also came as a result of Ukrainians being upset with him for declining to have closer ties with the EU, the European Union. And so Russia at that point felt vulnerable if the president who was pro-Russian has been removed, and we have now a president who is more pro-West and who was insisting that he wanted to be a part of NATO. And Russia felt like they could go in militarily, in the words of Vladimir Putin, to just carry out a special military operation, which in his opinion or assessment was supposed to last for a couple of days, perhaps a couple of weeks. But unfortunately, this has been on for over 5 years now. So it's clearly has stretched the Russians. Ukraine has taken a lot of battering, so it's had an immense impact on both of their countries and, of course, on the global economy. And the war is going on because for a minute, the USA has taken its eyes off Ukraine to focus more on Iran. And therefore, Russia in these last weeks or months is hoping to see if they can bring a conclusion, but of course it's just not possible because Ukraine has devised other means, which includes attacking Russia's critical infrastructures in a tit-for-tat situation, as Russia is also throwing drones at them, and they also retaliate with their kamikaze drones, which are having serious impact on Russian military and oil infrastructure so far. So for now, yet of course does not seem to be an end in sight to this conflict. And though the EU are doing their best to supply Ukraine with missiles and other weaponry, but of course what they really need, the batteries, the air defense system from the United States, which they need now to protect their military assets in US bases across the world and protect other allies in the Middle East against missiles being thrown at them by Iran. So there's a shortfall in Ukraine, and so they are taking a lot of battering at the moment, though they are able to counter on their own with their kamikaze drones which are now reaching as much as 40 kilometers or more into Russian territory, getting easily into Moscow, and this creating a lot of tension in Russia as well. So that is the situation at the moment, more like a logjam and tit-for-tat situation.
More like a logjam and, of course, a tit-for-tat situation. Now, let me go to Ahmed. If you take a look at what is really going on in the theater of war between Russia and Ukraine, it's like, as it stands right now, the Ukrainians are getting more and more wary about this. But remember the probe that was made, and of course, some top officials in the Ukrainian military, they were found wanting, and some were even sacked, while others have been asked to leave. And the latter kind of might protest in Ukraine. Do you feel that the bombardment and battering of Ukraine by Russia is beginning to take its toll on the government and its people? When you talk about measuring the impact at the beginning of the war, the onset, and what is going on even right now in Ukraine?
Certainly, there is no conflict of any sort, either kinetic or even political conflict, that is not going to take a toll on the political leadership of any country. And what we are seeing is simply, in a crisis situation, people who were put in positions of authority and some kind of trust have abused that trust to the extent that the leadership, the political leadership, decided that it was better to get rid of them, in spite of the fact that it is very unconventional for military leadership to be replaced during a conflict like this. You may move them around, try and adjust and balance their skills that you are trying, and the strategy you are trying to implement. But to actually outrightly remove them means that was unavoidable, and it might have led to a situation where there might have even been loss of morale, or the fighting forces might become a little bit ineffective because of the things that they had seen. So we have to understand that it must have been unavoidable for the political leadership to remove or to try and replace the military leadership at this time. However, going on 5 years of conflict and plus at this point in time, there is definitely going to be a lot of disconnect within the military, the politicians, and of course the larger populace. The politicians and the military, of course, want to see this conflict come to an end as quickly as possible, so that their people too can go back to a life that is normal. But in the event that that is not possible, they need to make the best use of the scarce resources that the country has, to kind of divide between living a normal life and still pursuing a military offensive against Russia. You've seen where, as recently as not too long ago, the IMF had to release some money to them to kind of shore up their finances. This will tell you that Ukraine is also struggling financially. Internally, there's also a lack of funds, and then they need to kind of balance the pursuit of the war, the management of the war, as well as the needs of the local populace, which is going to be very difficult under normal circumstances. Now, we are talking of a war that has extended so much that it has depleted not just their financial, economic, and even personnel capital, as well as other, the trust that they've had in the system has also been depleted. So that it is breaking up a little bit, that it is fracturing. In fact, to be honest with you, I think it has been a long time coming, because this has been an extended war that nobody saw would last this long, and it's to be expected that there will be some kind of internal conflict within the leadership.
Mamadou Mohamed, now let me get to ask you this question, Honorable Egariba. Some are accusing the leadership of Ukraine of corruption, even in the military, and that isn't going down too well with Zelensky. How do you think this will impact the war, or the outcome of the war?
Well, this accusation was first put out there by U.S. officials who said they have intelligence to the extent that some of the military aids that were being sent to Ukraine were being misappropriated and I think Zelensky is also not taking this lightly, because at the end of the day, the buck stops at his desk, and he's aware that if you will let this go unabated, it will have adverse effect on the Ukrainian defenses against the Russian attacks. So what he's done is to go straight for the head. He's taking out the defense minister. He's only 35 years old, Fedorov, and he seems to be a very popular person, and this has led to wide, protests in Ukraine, because it seems a certain segment of the population kind of like him, regardless of what he's been accused of. Not that he's been directly accused of corruption, but President Zelensky feels like he needs to take responsibility. He needs to take responsibility for if there's corruption in the military. The first person that must go is the head of the military, and Zelensky has chosen to keep faith with a 60-year-old Soviet-trained general Ulesaks, and the people prefer the younger man who was only 35 years old. Given the type of warfare that they have entered into now, they've gone into warfare of not, let me try to explain the strategy that the Ukraine has changed from. They recognize that going soldier to soldier, tank to tank with the Russians, there's no way they're going to emerge victorious in this conflict, because the Russians have more military resources than Ukraine. They have more military personnel. So what they've decided to do is to go into mass production of these kamikaze drones. See, lately during the Iranian war, countries in the Middle East like the UAE and Saudi Arabia have had to consult with President Zelensky on how to mass produce this drone. So Ukraine has mastered that art, and this was done by the 35-year-old chief of army staff. And so they are fighting more of a digital war now, and they believe that the president should have kept faith with the younger chief of defense staff instead of a 60-year-old man who they believe is more knowledgeable in conventional warfare as against the technological warfare of today, which is helping Ukraine defend its territory and make incursions into Russian territory, which is helping them. The Russians are having to remove some of their resources from Ukrainian territories they hitherto seeks to go and defend mainland Russia and their own territory, their homeland, instead of making progress in Ukraine. So they believe that this could change the whole dynamics of the war, because this man is 60 years old. They believe and he's Russian trained, so he's pretty much going to be fighting like the Russians, and they needed some kind of innovation, and the innovation was bringing results, and they thought that the president should have kept faith with the Minister of Defense. But the president is saying at the end of the day, no matter what we're achieving on the battlefield, somebody's got to take responsibility for the widespread corruption in the military. And if anyone head must roll, it must be the very head of the military. Unfortunately, the victim became the 35-year-old Minister of Defense. So that's where they are at the moment. So it remains for Zelensky to convince the Ukrainian population that the 60-year-old man he's kept faith with will be able to deliver as much as the younger general, if not better.
You've heard what Garba talked about, the younger general. I don't think that this is a case of a house divided against itself. Mamadou, over to you. Now, if a house is divided against itself, can the house stand? Don't you follow that they are getting serious beating and bashing from Russia?
So initially, nobody even expected this conflict to last as long as it has lasted. So there's that on the side. And then in a conflict situation, it's impossible to actually determine what the long-term outcome is going to be. Ukraine has, in spite of everything to the contrary that all the experts thought, that a superpower like Russia would invade Ukraine, and in a matter of weeks, the country will fall. But that has not happened. So there's the evolution of this war. When it started, it was simply a kinetic war where both sides were throwing conventional weapons at each other, trying to gain ground. The Russian military was advancing. They would come on Ukraine territory, steal some of it, and then Ukrainians would push them back and so on and so forth. But over time, it has devolved from a man-to-man kind of conflict, like my co-discussant was pointing out, to more or less a digital warfare, where it is taking place from points that are far away from the center. So it has turned out that the Ukrainians have even not only shown that the Russians are incapable of taking over Ukraine, but they are also capable of making Russia pay the price of war by attacking their own critical infrastructure, their own oil installations, and some of their cities deep in the heart of Russia, which has surprised a lot of people. So the continuous back and forth, the evolution of the war, and then the skills that are being displayed, like it was pointed out just a minute ago. Not only has Ukraine become a powerhouse in this war, it has now developed its own drone and technological warfare to the point where even the US was asking for its aid in trying to fight Iran using that drone technology. So these are things that surprise not just people that are onlookers, but I think the Russians themselves were surprised at the devolution of the power balance and how the Ukrainians have been able to come together and fight the monster and fight the aggression against their territorial integrity. So a lot of this is still ongoing, and it's difficult to actually predict which way it is going to end, one way or the other. We've seen even the world powers, the United Nations is completely almost powerless to do anything to stop this war. So it is left for the dramatis personae to keep on evolving, to keep on trying to change the dynamics of conventional warfare, and to keep on finding ways to draw the aggressor to a stalemate. And I think the Ukrainians are doing a fantastic job in that regard.
Right, here. Now let's take a look at Russia's response on the Wahid. It is discovered that some Russian infrastructure were hit by the Ukrainian forces via their kamikaze drone. They were the ones also at the Black Sea. Then we got some mention some important infrastructure in the heart of Russia. So you got close to Moscow, not a billion or two in Moscow. Do you feel that this may just turn the hearts of Russian citizens against its president, Putin?
Well, yes, there's a possibility of that happening, and we already see the Russian authorities. There's been reports of increased security around President Putin because they fear for his life, they fear for someone doing an inside job and trying to end this conflict, because apparently the Ukrainians are tilting the balance in a very tactical way. You know, if you look at what they've started doing now, they now have the capacity. They got some kind of support from the EU, about $1.4 billion aid just for the production of drones. And for the first time, typically drones cost sometimes up to $200,000 to $300,000 to produce one. But the Ukraine have somehow found a way to produce drones for between $300 to $400 per drone, very cheaply, and they now have the capacity to manufacture as many as 1,000 drones in a day, and they can manufacture as many as 10 million drones or so in a year. And they say they are planning to increase that capacity to 20 million drones in a year, which means presently about 87% of the Russian drones that are coming at Ukraine are being intercepted and destroyed before they get to their targets. On the contrary, Ukraine has done what no other military power has done thus far. They now have drones that can travel as far as 1,000 kilometers, which means they can cover all of Russia, especially the capital, Moscow. So then Ukraine discovered another strategy which they've been using in the last 1 month, up till yesterday. They realized that to win this war, or to render Russia less effective would mean to take out their capacity to send fuel to their combat troops in terms of motorized vehicles, how to move infrastructures around. So they are hitting a lot of Russian military depots where they store these things, and they are also hitting their refineries where they primarily refine petroleum products for use for their military, especially in the battlefield. So they've taken out about 6 of their major military refineries in the last couple of weeks. And this is having serious impact on the Russian capacity to send fuel to the war front. And if your soldiers don't have fuel, in today's warfare means they cannot make advances, means in the winter they cannot stay heated, means they cannot fire a lot of drones. So Ukraine is taking the battlefield, and that's causing a lot of tension in Moscow, because now they have to start hearing sirens of impending attacks and running for cover. This creates tension, and this is not good for business, and this can easily destroy an already fragile Russian economy. So the Russians, the reaction of the Russians is that you just told us you were going in there for a military operation, and now this is a war lasting many years. And did we really ask for this? The question is no, they did not. So they are not with Putin. They are not supporting. Their support for the war is lessening every day, and this is putting the very tight spot. It's threatening.
Okay, we want to go for a break. When we return, we'll continue this discussion. This time I will dive into the impact of Donald Trump on this. Remember, he made a promise saying, I want to become the president, or once rather, he becomes the president. Russia-Ukraine will be a thing of the past. What is really going on right now? We'll be right back after this break.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We're taking a look at the Russia-Ukraine war. And we're asking this question: how come all the methods for conflict resolution is ineffective, or has been ineffective since the onset of this war? We're talking about the impact on Ukraine and, of course, the impact on Russia. Now, I want to dive into external factors vis-a-vis President Donald Trump. He made a promise that once he becomes the United States of America president, the war between Russia and Ukraine will be a thing of the past. Yes, he did his best. He tried to intervene, but it's like somehow along the line, those tactics he employed isn't working. It isn't effective. Well, Mama, what do you feel about all these? The external factors, start off with the U.S. President Donald Trump that made the world a promise that once he becomes the president, the war between Russia and Ukraine will become a thing of the past.
Well, unfortunately, Donald Trump too is part of the problem with the Russia-Ukraine war, because in his first term, he had requested that the President Zelensky provide some information that he wanted to use as political capital against his competitor at that time, the later who became the U.S. president. And so when the Ukrainian authorities were unable to provide what he wanted, he sort of turned against them, fully in favor of Russia, in favor of Ukraine up to this point. There's also some kind of speculation, rife speculation, that not only is he invested, but he's somehow compromised by the Russian establishment to the extent that he's pursuing their own interests to the detriment of not just Ukraine, but also the United States, because essentially the European Union and the United States has always been a strong ally of any country that seems to be in a fight for survival against any aggressor, no matter who the aggressor is. But in this case, the United States has been very opaque in handling issues relating to Ukraine. Everybody, the whole world saw what happened when Zelensky was invited to the White House and was practically given a tongue lashing by not just the US president, but by also the vice president. In a situation where the US was supposed to have seen as an ally, it was seen as almost complicit in the adversarial tendencies of the Ukrainian administration at the time. So it has been opaque, it has been difficult. The US, instead of standing firm and making clear that it will not in any way condone or accept the aggression against Ukraine, has also been somehow lukewarm in response, almost encouraging of the Russian position. Because even when they came to some summits, it was the Russian talking points that the United States government was adopting against Zelensky, to the surprise of practically everybody else, that the Russian talking point, what Trump was passing. So that gap, the European Union has had to step in. There's also the gap by the United Nations and so on and so forth. But as far as the United States, Russia, Ukraine is concerned, it has been very opaque, very disturbing that the position of the US is not clear, and it's a very serious cause for concern.
Honorable, you heard him. He said the position of the U.S. is not firm, and it's causing for a very serious source of concern. Remember that when Trump became the president, he told the world, even Putin and Zelensky, that there must be peace between both brothers, so to speak. Russia being the bigger brother, and of course Ukraine also. But right now, it seems to be happening. And for what Mahmoud said, he said Trump is part of the problem because, according to him, he's somehow taking sides with Russia. What do you feel about this comment?
Well, I remember vividly President Trump had said, that he was going to end the war within 24 hours of his inauguration as president for the second time. However, he also said months after that, obviously that was an exaggeration because he knew that the logistics to even bring the two leaders to come to the table, the negotiations, all of that couldn't be done in 24 hours. But what I think probably prompted him to make a promise of that magnitude is the fact that President Trump enjoys a cordial relationship with President Putin, one of mutual respect, and that caused him also to invite Putin to cross into the United States when they had a meeting in Alaska over this Ukrainian crisis. And he also thought too that the overdependency prior to his inauguration of Ukraine on United States resources for its sustenance in the war was going to cause Ukraine to pander to the U.S. Such that he could, as a matter of fact, order President Zelensky to stop the war, and he would, without hesitation, stop on the terms of the United States. But all of these calculations, at the end of the day, did not hold as he had expected. Putin, yes, did come for that summit. They had that talk, in Alaska. But however, Putin was not ready to give much. He was very firm as to what he wanted. He wanted to keep all the territories that he felt they had conquered in the war. And Ukraine, on the other hand, maybe did not disclose at that time that they had made a serious advancement in the production of the production of the missiles, which they were going to use as a counter against Russia, because only months after that meeting, and all of these missiles are all over the place, and now they are able to effectively, go into Russian territories all the way to Moscow and cause serious military damage. So I think President Trump, yes, wanted peace. That was what caused him to say in 24 hours, because as a matter of fact, to even stop the drain on U.S. resources towards the war must have also been an added motivation. Because don't forget, in the early months of President Trump's government, it was all about how to cut the costs in governance. And so he thought putting an end to the war would free up a lot more resources that could be used for development back home. And Ukraine were fighting for their lives. Their territorial integrity has been breached by Russia. And so they decided they were going to fight to the last man. Though they want peace, but they want to negotiate on a strong footing, and that is where we currently are. Yes, and then the United States, of course, has been distracted with what happened, which was unexpected, that people, the militants from Gaza, we move into Israel for that and go and massacre those innocent children, which changed the whole dynamics and shifted global attention in that direction. The wars between Israel, Hamas, and Hezbollah, which the U.S. was supporting. He raided President Trump's government. He came in to meet that situation. And of course, the Iranians, on the other hand, joining forces with a lot of their troops, the Houthis on the one hand. And so he met a different Middle East, from the one that he had hoped for, which took his attention, because obviously in terms of strategic balancing, if you are looking at which territory probably should the United States considered first in terms of priorities, it's got to be the Middle East, because when things happen in the Middle East, change global oil prices, and that can easily bring global inflation. So they moved in that direction to see what could be done in the Iranian situation. And of course, the United States will always protect Israel against external aggressors in the Middle East. And so the United States is busy at the moment in Iran. And so President Trump, if the United States is busy in Iran, means President Trump's attention is more toward Iran, to the detriment of the Russian-Ukraine crisis. But I would not agree that President Trump actually caused the war, but I just think it was Russia who didn't want NATO in their backyard, that actually, and Russia's underestimating Ukraine, they just thought they could run them over, and it didn't happen as they planned also. That's why we are all in this situation. And unfortunately, it looks like there's no end in sight. The Iranian situation is there. It's still an active war zone. And so is Ukraine. Russia is an active war zone. So I don't know, the EU are somehow, they are coming in more closely with increasing their financing of the war, providing Ukraine with technological backups, to help them, maybe get them military intelligence, on areas to attack in Russia and to help their defenses. But so far, I think it's been a huge indictment on the United Nations, because I've not really seen or heard any strong voice from the United Nations regarding these two active war situations. I don't know if there's still a United Nations that is strong enough to prevent or intervene in war-like situations like this. It just seems they are comatose, they are quiet, maybe not respected as they used to be. It just seems the United Nations is quiet. They've gone dumb, maybe deaf to what's going on. So apart from making one or two comments every now and then. So I think that is where we are. It's an unfortunate situation. But again, it's been a beautiful one. Just 2 days ago, I overheard, I listened to Aliko Dangote said one of the reasons that he has moved into production of fertilizers was because of the war in Ukraine. When he saw African leaders have had to go to Russia to go and beg them such that he can avoid striking plants, ammonia, the fertilizer production plants in Ukraine, so that Africa will not suffer for it production or supplies are coming from them. So he went in that. So we got one from that, and from Iran, Dangote's gotten one for his refinery. So
okay, I will definitely come back to on the high side for Nigeria, but all the same, let me go to Ahmed Mamadou. Well, you've heard, Honorable Eyarima, there seems to be a disconnect between Donald Trump and the war between Russia and Ukraine due to the fact that America is deeply involved in Israel-Hamas war, and right now Israel-Iran war and all that. Is that really a factor impeding Donald Trump from coming out fully to really resolve this issue?
I want to politely disagree with my co-discussant that Donald Trump is able to focus on anything for an extended period of time. Because if he had been focused, he might not have been able to draw the war to an end in 24 hours. But definitely within a month or two, he could have done something definite that would have seen almost a cessation of hostilities in that regard. Because not only, like he rightly pointed out, is Ukraine dependent on the US, but also Russia is also dependent on the US giving Ukraine the ability to defend itself and also to attack the motherland. If that had happened, it would have fundamentally shifted the balance of power. In the twilight of his administration, in the twilight of his government, the Biden administration had almost come to the point where it was going to start giving Ukraine access to weapons that would have taken the war in a different direction. The problem has always been when you supply certain armaments to a foreign country, it draws you in as a partner to that war. The US has always been reluctant to be a full partner but supplying some category of weapons and then allowing others to slide. But it had come to the point where the Biden administration had decided they were even going to supply them with aerial weapons, aircraft that would have allowed the Ukrainian administration to defend itself more properly. It was going to train pilots and it was going to deploy them so that the aggression by the Russians would be brought to a minimum. Trump changed that whole scenario, and he did that where people argue that what he has done is more in favor of the Russians than the Ukrainians. This has never happened before. This was a surprise to everybody, to the point where the European Union had to take measures, what they call now Trump-proofing their own response to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. What did they do? They went ahead and now started setting up not just monetary compensation, but also tactical, military, and other measures and strategies to assist the Ukrainian government. They've come into a partnership where they are supplying almost 70 billion, in excess of 70 billion euros, to assist the Ukrainian government financially and militarily. They've also come into a strategic alliance where the Ukrainian government is allowed to produce and store their drones outside of Ukrainian territory, which now limits the impact of Russian strikes in Ukrainian territory. So where they are able to manufacture and store their drones outside of Ukraine, it allows them to have a stockpile that they can depend on, that the Russians cannot target. Now, put that aside, you now have where there's a direct industrial partnership, defense industrial partnership. So the European Union has provided Ukraine with as much intelligence, because not only did the US withdraw financially, they also withdrew the intelligence. So the Ukrainians were depending on American intelligence to strike and to prevent strikes in Russia. But when Trump came into power, that's why I said it was part of the problem. The United States withdrew their intelligence their intelligence sharing with the Ukrainians. And that void has been filled by the European Union. They are trying to kind of show up the intelligence sharing, intelligence gathering on behalf of Ukraine. So there's a lot that is going on. And then to understand some of this, beyond just the friendliness of the two parties, Trump has always had a certain kind of sympathy, let's call it for want of a better word, sympathy for strong men, strong dictators. He's friendly. He claims to be friendly with the dictator in North Korea. He likes people. He says he likes governments that the military do anything the president says. So there's a lot that is going on there in the background. But the United Nations has had to step in. The European Union has had to step into the void that has been created by a lack of leadership by the United States. And then if you go into the United Nations, that is a whole different problem entirely. We have 5 members, 2 of which are China and Russia. So whatever it is that the other people try and put against Russian aggression to Ukraine, they will veto it immediately. That has rendered the United Nations comatose. But I still insist that America has a stronger role to play. If it was more definitive, it was more determined, I do believe that President Trump can bring that war to an end, not in 24 hours, but certainly within a reasonable period of time.
Well, if you get to take a look at what is happening right now in Iran, Henri, do you feel that Russia might just follow that particular dimension or pattern of throwing bombs at where Ukraine are there storing their drones outside of Ukraine? That question is for Honorable Eyegariwa, knowing fully well that right now Ukraine are manufacturing drones, but are no longer storing it in Ukraine. Do you see them going ballistic, like Iranians targeting other Gulf countries where you have American embassy this time around, trying to fish out where Ukraine is storing their kamikaze drones after production?
Well, I don't think they have that intelligence at the moment. If they did, they probably would have made it a priority for them to attack where those drones are being produced. I'd like to just talk about a little bit about what my co-discussor, said. President Putin, yes, and Donald Trump, they do share some kind of relationship. But however, Putin, for me, has been very egocentric in terms of this war because he had seen Ukraine as a lesser partner. He just thought he could go out there and take out Zelensky and probably put in another person there or annex some part of Ukraine. He thought it was going to be as easy as what happened with Crimea. Unfortunately, he met with a brick wall. And when Donald Trump came in, he wasn't happy at the lopsidedness of the contributions that were being made by other NATO members in relation to the United States. And he went to say, look, if Russia takes Ukraine, it's more to the disadvantage of the European partners in NATO than the United States. The United States is far away from Ukraine, while Russia will just be at your doorsteps. But I'm surprised that you people are a bit lukewarm and you are very miserly in your contributions towards Ukraine. So that was what occasioned to pull some of those resources away from there so that European Union could step up. And eventually, the European Union members of NATO have now stepped up, to take, cover all of those places. But in terms of intelligence gathering, the whole world still knows that war reconnaissance, United States still remains the best at gathering this critical information that is needed for warfare in terms of military positioning, hardware positioning, military hardware transportation routes, and all of those things. So you need those things to be. There were times when the U.S. was involved, almost on a monthly basis, a top Russian general was being taken out of the war, because the U.S. was providing intelligence. But again, there were red lines. Don't forget, the United States and Russia are both nuclear-powered countries. So there are always red lines. And so when the U.S. was being cautious not to give everything to Ukraine, because if you are giving so much to Ukraine at the time, giving a long-range missiles, what the Biden administration did and what President Trump continued was to give them medium-range missiles to enable them defend their territories, but not long-range that could cause them to attack mainland Russia.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Our time is up. It's completely up. I'm getting strong signals from a presidential director that we should call it a wrap even right now. Well, Ahmed Modu, I really appreciate you for spending time with us. And of course, Honorable Hiyariba, thank you so much for spending time with us. I appreciate both of you. I know you really need some more time to really expatiate on this particular discussion, but I'm afraid that we have to draw curtains even right now. Thank you so much for your wonderful analysis. We'll definitely do this again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
the man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking
That's
about.
what I said.
So
So
that's-
when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe.
That's what
And these
happened.
women would stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hey, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation. This is a table where we sit down to discuss things that are pertaining the family, pertaining the society, pertaining Nigeria at large, and we talk about ourselves, things that will make us also, be the women that we're meant to be, things that will help us to grow in our marriages, in our businesses, in our place of work, and how to take care of the children, and of course our husbands. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. To just do this with me today on the table is on my right, I have Miss Bola Ige Oyebade. Miss Bola Ige Oyebade is an artist and also a real estate consultant. You're welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good to be on.
It's good to have you today. I hope you didn't find it difficult getting here.
No, not true.
Thank you for coming. And also to my left, I have Miss Oluwatoyin. Miss Oluwatoyin Sani is the founder of House of Refuge Foundation, and it's also a table shaker. She's always shaking this table whenever she's around. Tony, thank you for finding time to go. One of these days, we're going to be talking about your foundation and also talk about your work in Nigeria prisons. We'll find time to talk about that. And also on this table today, we have Mrs. Gift Furera Onuzo. Mrs. Gift Furera is a chef, is an executive chef anyway, not just a chef, not just the ones we see, the AI chefs we see on Instagram. She's a complete chef, and I'm looking forward to, having a meal set up on this table so you all can see what she does. Thank you for finding time to come.
Thank you so much.
Okay, today we want to talk about, let me see what we're talking about today. Today we're talking about marriage after divorce. I don't know if you understand the contents of this, the context of this topic, marriage after divorce. Some people were married and they divorced. Can they marry again? That's what the topic is all about. So I want to start from you. Let me start from you.
Okay.
If you have to dissolve your marriage for whatever reason it is, we don't want to know what reason it is. Whatever reason it is that made you to resolve your marriage, would you want to remarry?
If I see someone that we have the same values and we're compatible, I would want to give it a try. Again, yes, I would want to, because it's all about companionship. So sometimes you might think you don't want to because of maybe your past experiences, and along the line you meet someone that just shifts you up your feet and meets your values in life, and you find it interesting for you to be you know, in a relationship with that person and finally get to, you know, the end, happy ever after, as they say it, you know. So I want to give it a try again because
to your opinion, you want to give it a try.
I would want to.
Toyin, someone said on the social media, she said, if possible, in the next 3 to 6 months, I will remarry. Why do you think she said so? And would you do that if you were in her shoes? You divorce and then you meet someone in the next 3 to 6 months, you're ready to get married again.
It depends. Marriage, it's sweet. If you're with the right partner. Marriage is something else. If you're with the wrong person. There is emotional connection, emotional connectivity. And most of the time, we will always leave the maturity out of it. Maturity play a very good role in understanding in marriage. I'm still saying it to everybody to know that the best marriage is the marriage between two friends. A friendship that transcends to marriage always lasts long. Whatever that can make us choose to be apart, there will be reasons, different reasons. That question, is it to remarry to that same person or another person?
Another person.
Even to the same person, it is possible. Because at times there's immaturity. At times there will be, we didn't really find time to know much of ourselves. Or we are still baby. So many things that we're supposed to ignore. We take it to be a capital issue and end up breaking the hope. By the time we went on holiday and we now come back.
That's separation. That's separation.
We now see a better of ourselves that is more mature. She's more
understanding.
Mature, more understanding, more tolerance, more days. We can go back and make a perfect marriage. I keep saying it, that marriage is the only black market that I've ever seen in life. Because what you are buying, you don't know. No matter how beautiful the package is,
initially,
you can never know the content until you get inside it. And do you know it might take more than 5 years to know your partner?
Even
more. So if I now say, it depends on the connectivity. You might leave somebody in 3 months, I know good day say yes. Because that's too short.
That's too short a time for you to recover from the other one.
Whatever bring that marriage down then can still bring this down. Because you need to study. Marriage is a lifetime institution. It's not I go that I will go, I know in 5 years' time I will graduate. You are going for till death do both of the partners' parts. So you have to give it a deeper foundation. Know who you are. No matter, even I keep saying it, even if you court for 10 years, that does not mean you will know your partner well until you start living together, bonding together before you can answer. So if for whatever reason there's a partner, if they leave you, you go even pray, maybe you not be there forever.
Okay, so that's where I want to come to Gift. If the divorce was as a result of domestic violence, and you got married to a man who was always maltreating you, beating you up, and all of that, would you want to remarry after some time? Well, in that situation, first of all, of course, I'll be traumatized. You know, I will really be messed up in my mind. So for me to think of remarrying, I have to really sit down and know if I want to go into it, because that fear of the first one may be, you know, cutting in. You understand? Maybe cutting in.
And disturbing your new love.
And disturbing my new love. So I think for me, I will take a break, even though in me, I would want to venture another one, because I wouldn't want to be alone. You understand? Especially that I'm still, you know, age is still on my side. You understand? Except, okay, so, but I will still want to venture another one, but I would definitely take a break. At least let me get a new, fresh orientation, like, you know, working on therapy, you know, kind of, and let me just get a new, because at that time I am broken, and in that my broken state, I don't need to enter into marriage in that, because marriage, I need a whole lot of me to go in. So I must go in with my complete self. So the former must have to completely be erased. If not, it will affect or reflect in the new one. So, you know, that is why I need to make sure that my mindset is reset, and I properly get ready emotionally, spiritually, even mentally, you know. I need to get
Physically.
Yes, physically self. You know, I need to get ready for the new one, not diving in because I don't want, I'm afraid of loneliness, or I want to be with a man or whatever. No. You know, because it's good, because it should be a whole new thing again for me.
Okay.
Yes.
Toyin, you heard her say that she will want to give it another trial, you know, but she has to be ready physically,
Yes.
mentally, emotionally, and all of the lees.
Yes.
Yeah. All of the lees. Okay, so now she also said she has to be prepared and be sure of what she's getting into. Let's leave getting prepared out of it. I want to find out from you. How are you sure of this one that you're getting into again? How do you identify that this person won't also come to beat me afterwards?
After do the same.
There's an adage in the Yoruba language that says, if a child fall down, you look into the front. Please, there. You start running again.
Because let me tell you why I asked this particular question. There's also an adage that says, now if Cain wait and take flog the first wife, and they go take flog, they wait for the second wife. So how do you now identify this person you want to, you know, try out again?
But if the elderly person fall down, you first of all look, what's making me fall? And who are the people looking at me? Marriage, like she rightly said, that she has to be prepared. It is not an institution that it fails here, you are running to Calabar to pick another one.
Okay, so it's not political parties.
It is not APC that you come from there, you enter here. No. You have to think, go back to God. Am I the problem?
Yeah,
do I try my best? How am I at fault here? And do I supposed to tolerate more? Do I supposed to forge a little bit further to tolerate everything? You have to think. It is when you now see, I tried my best. Is from him. Okay, what are the things from him? You state it. This. Definitely when you have known what you cannot take from that man, if anybody is coming, you will first of all check that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm bringing that story. I have a girl in Femi prison. What's turned her life upside down is marriage. Wrong marriage. Wrong marriage. She got to the first one. They didn't check their genotype. The second one, domestic violence issue. She took a break for a long time, after 5-6 years. She's going to another one again, and they were now talking on phone. You know, they were planning the marriage. And one day again, the guy now calling, using the kind of voice that the one that used to beat her is still using.
The red flags. The red flags.
No, I'm not going again.
Those are the red
No
flags.
matter what they said, everybody beg her. We booked the hall. He said, no, let me re-examine the again.
Which was the right thing to do.
If that voice was a mistake, let me know again. Maybe I've not really pressed him to that. And more issue will still press him beyond this level. So that is how it is. Domestic violence is not a small thing. It takes life.
I want to hear the complete
and that
story.
is some people.
Yes. So how did she find herself in the prison?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you now know she chose not to
do the marriage?
Not to do, but she had a child with the first one. So she does say, let me be taking care of my child. And she was to relocate from another state to go ahead and the marriage will be like a 2 weeks thing. So she has sold all her things from that very state, preparing for this before she get the wrong. So she just came to Lagos. But whatever she brought to Lagos, when you are starting in a new life, it's not going to be easy. So she was exhausted financially. And the daughter, she's the only one taking care of the child. She now ran back, started looking for the father of the child that's not ready to take the responsibility. Okay, you promised to pay the school fee, pay part of the log back on so that I can sustain and pay and sort the guy refused, despite the fact that the guy is rich and the wife is at home. They were comfortable. She chose not to take care of this girl. Do you know what's now happened? The girl is depressed and nobody knows she's depressed. I learned a lot from that lady because you know she started reaching out to people to talk to people and nobody is picking a call. Nobody's ready to listen to her.
Nobody's ready to help. They'll see her as a failure.
Yeah, they see her as a failure. Even her father rejected her and the child. Nobody to come, no friend come to her head. She started telling the guy that help us now. Don't let the hunger kill us. I'm like a failed mother. I can't be watching my daughter going through this. Send us money. If you don't do this, I will kill myself. I will kill the child. I will hand everything. And the guy is reading the
text without replying.
Do you know she used the last money she has to go and see her cousin just to pour her? Immediately she get because she said, I'm going for a party. I will call you back. You can't wait for me. I will not call you back on that. As they were now going back, they go to a bus stop. The daughter said, I'm now very hungry. They used the last money to buy the drink. The remaining change she bought sniper.
And killed the daughter.
Not the daughter she wanted to kill. They shared it. She told the daughter that we can't go beyond this level. I can't be watching you do all this. So the drink, the remaining one, she poured the snapper of the daughter inside and drink the remaining one. The daughter didn't survive and she survived. That is the serious case in my hand. In female prison, now as I'm talking to you, the case is there. The lady is there.
Because attempted murder is an offense.
It's an offense. Of
course. It wasn't attempted.
You know,
she killed the guy.
No, what I mean is she killed the guy and also attempted suicide.
She does not even. She has not even forgiven herself because she thought she
would die. She would be the one that would die.
But for her to now come out to see herself alive and the daughter, she has not get rid of it. That is the one of what these marriages can cause.
Oh my God. Well, this is a very sad story. Really, we're going for a very short break. We'll be back to continue this conversation. Please sit. Don't go away. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation, the same table where we talk about family ties. Now, Tony was saying something that was very saddening. If you see how low my voice had come, it's a very sad story. We're talking about divorce. Can you get married again after divorce? That's what we're talking about. And then she brought the story of a young lady who is currently in the prison. And she concluded on how she got to the prison because I wanted to hear the end of the story. She started by saying it was marriage, a wrong marriage that brought her there, and she wanted to end it there. No, we needed to know what she did that made her to come there, and she ended it by telling us what exactly the lady did, and she is in the prison right now. So let's leave that alone, because honestly, I am saddened about that. It's emotional. So we're talking about, can you marry again after divorce? That's what we're talking about.
Because truly it's good to marry again. Because these days, even with how the entire world, the country is, nobody can do it alone. Except we are just deceiving ourselves. Irrespective of what religion and doctrine are telling us, no man can leave it alone for now. We need to remarry. But it's for us to go back, to go and pray for the right person to come our way. When you meet the right person, you will enjoy marriage.
Toyin, that's where we came to get to the story of this young lady. Pray to meet the right person. Did you pray in your first marriage to meet the wrong person?
Let me hear from you. I think at the first stage, when you want to get married as a young person, the youthful exuberance, the love thing shocks you, and you don't pay attention to the red flags, the details. Now that leads you into a bad marriage. But when you want to get to the second marriage, you pay attention to every little details.
Every dot.
Every dot. Every dot. You might not know it all, like you said. You might not know the person you get married to, not even in the next five or more years, but there are some things you would see and you will know if you're to go into it or not to go into it. And also, like you said, you pray that God gives you the right person, because God has your best interest at heart. He knows what you have gone through. He knows where you are. And again,
that's the question I asked earlier on. Is it that as a young girl, when you were getting married, you didn't pray?
No, it's not that you didn't pray. You prayed, but you did not pay attention to the warnings or to the signs.
The thing is that because like in the first one, it can be excused that you didn't love Shaki. There were a lot of cloud on your head that you were not cleared. But the second one, and that is why, like you said, that she was already getting married to the third husband, right?
Yeah,
okay. The second that was she was about to get married to the third one, and then she picked a call, and the voice sounded, like the first one. You see, that is where the problem is again, because when you experience the first one, when you are about to go to the second one, it's not a mountain before you, because everything you are suspecting everything. You are just being careful, over careful, and you tend to miss out even in the real one. So that is another issue again. You understand that one has to
I want to answer the question. The question is, share we didn't pray. One problem with us in prayer is many of us in relationship, we have picked our choice before taking it to God.
True. So even if God is speaking, you
are not hearing.
You're not hearing
whatever
it.
God is saying, you don't hear again.
Especially when you have seen the desired,
you are attached.
When you have seen the desired figure you want and the things
Apart
you
from
want.
that, you've even connected yourself.
Yes.
You have attached yourself. You have the feelings has grown already. So if you are now praying at that level, it is good to pray when you just meet. Before you say, I won't go think about it. Before you say yes, pray. That time, whatever answer God is bringing is clear. You will hear it. Everybody can tell you. But when you connect, you have already emotionally connected. Even God is saying, even God sent Abiara, said Baba Joseph Bayo Babalola from CAC. We don't that. You don't go here.
Okay, all right. Let's go to red flags. We hear women say, this man has a red flag, or this guy there's a red flag that I identified in him. What are those red flags? How do we identify them?
Red flags.
Plenty.
Let me start with you. Name the ones that you can remember.
And you just shout.
Red flag.
or when you cannot even respect me anywhere in the public, you talk down. My ideas are, there's some response that's always negative. When you can't even appreciate anything about me, even in the public. No, it's a red sign. It's very red. I'm talking, instead of you to correct me with love and calm, you are shouting as if you are talking to a 2-year-old girl. No, when you are addressing me the way you are addressing your cleaner in the office, I always say it, any man that cannot respect his own mother and the sister cannot respect the wife. Forget it. Because you cannot give what you do not possess. It comes from the upbringing.
Of course.
True. Some men, they worship their wife. It's not as if the wife deserve it, but they were trained to do that. It's from the upbringing. If you see the one that is standing up upon his mother, that the mother will say 1 and he will say 3, he will do worse to his wife.
But he has control over
He has control. And some men, when they have that money, they can do and they will be on top of the world. The wife will now be like ants. Why they will now be turned to elephants? So they can swallow you anytime. And some will beat you today and buy you Jeep tomorrow. So that you will cry.
What are your red flags, Gift? My red flags is especially when you are not free with me, having to know, to use your phone.
Communication.
Yes, communication. You are hiding it. You don't want. In fact, when you are answering call, I shouldn't be there, or you excuse yourself. That is a red flag. And also a red flag also is when you are too attached to your family, that you want to take decisions from them. You understand? And then you want them to you just make me understand that they have a say on your life to a certain percentage. That is a red flag, of course. And then somebody who is always have mood swing. You're always having mood swing. That is totally red flag for me. Yes.
Let me hear from you.
Yes.
What are your red flags?
Wow. Red flags are many. But for me, a man that can raise his hand on a woman, it's a no-no. It's a red flag. You shouting on me because nobody knows everything. I grew up in a different background, and so did you. So if I do something and you're not comfortable with it, there's a way you talk to me, and I will know that yes, this is what I have done that is wrong, and you correct me. But when you just raise your voice and like, are you stupid? Are you throwing insultive words? Like that, or I offend you, and the next thing you smash something on the ground. You smash my head on the wall one day. You understand? So those are red flags, and is a no-no for anybody.
Okay. What about the lousy ones?
That's another red flag.
That cannot keep any secrets.
That cannot keep any secrets. No, I want. From even talking to you, I will know. So there's no need going further. I will not, because I know my kind of person. I know what I want.
The dirty ones too.
Oh, good God.
Toy,
when you get.
Do you know why I laughed? Toy, always bringing this other side of me out. Toy, I am a pretty representer. Okay, so this is the reason why I laughed. I was watching something on the social media one day, and there was this pastor that people go to their congregation, husband and wife go to talk about themselves to the pastor. And this woman was saying, it's too dirty. That's why I laugh. That is so dirty. And that he will come back with his dirty body and he will come close to her and she stays away. Now he's saying that she has men friend outside is the reason why she's not giving him to him. So she came to the open. She didn't care who was there.
Maybe she was have talked to him behind
to say the reason why exactly. So that's why I laughed when you said what about the dirtiness.
And red flag also, when the person is not ready to take correction, to learn,
it's not teachable.
Yeah, it's not.
And there are some men that lack communication. They don't want. They don't have time.
They don't want to share. They don't open up at all.
Instead of them to share their thoughts, their opinion with their companion.
Yeah,
They rather go outside.
They prefer talking
What
to
do you think that
outsider.
is? Lack of trust for your
You are comfortable
some
more
of
with
them
people. Lack of lack of everything. So there's no need even being
because
there.
why am I at home? Why am I at home?
Yeah.
You cannot share your privacy with me. Then
some of them they could be introverts.
and some
Introvert, but you can talk to somebody outside.
to talk issues over. And you know, women, God created us. We are the talking time.
Want to know?
You will know the best marriage is the marriage of a good listener. The man is a listener. You'll be able to wake up anytime and
talk. Yeah.
But when you don't allow me to talk and I keep bottling up.
Okay.
I make one woman to kill him. What's that?
Okay, ladies, don't come there again because you're going to make me very emotional. Okay, don't come there now. Okay, now that we have identified some of these red flags, and some of the women, or rather, some of us have made mistakes with these red flags, and we find ourselves in this marriage. How do we help to resolve the issue of some of these red flags that we now are identifying so that we can keep the marriage going? How do we go about that?
One part of my gender that I don't like is we keeping too quiet about issue. But these days, I think because of social media, God is helping us. Many of us are coming out to talk now. When you see some things that are not good, those are the things that make you fall. Come out.
Every parent should go back to the base, to the root. Train up a child in the way he or she should go. That when he is gone, he will not depart from it. So,
this is good.
Yeah. Okay, Johnny, thank you so much. Thank you, ladies, for coming on to this episode of Women in Conversation.
ITV, certainly the best. Now wetin dey happen? Bosununa, now wetin dey happen? Bosunun, now wetin dey happen? Bosunun, wetin dey happen?
Dey for Oku Road. Egi gbowi yebe no vive. Oh ya simi wama. Megi gbowi yebe no vive. Oh ya simi wama. I dey for Oku Road of your northeast. Landlord and landladies, people wey get property for this area. Come slow down. Slow down. People wey get property na Siloko Road from Ikwobazuwa. Siloko Road, you go reach Ego. Okay. This one not be Oku Road, though. This na Siloko Road. See the Oku Road. From here, you go come out for Oluku. From here na be the Oku Road. When they pass the crossings. So from here, you go come out for New Lagos Road. This one you go to Road, but make we see am. Okay. Edo State Government project construction of Ohu Road off Ugbawa Lagos Road, Benin City. Contractor Heartland. Supervising Ministry Edo State Ministry of Works, Saple Road, Benin City. Edo State government project construction of Ohu Road off Ugbawa Lagos Road, Benin City. Contractor Heartland, who the supervisor at the State Ministry of Works, and on the road with this. You know, yes, those state government. I want give contract on this road. May they do a series from Silico Road to look for you.
The last 2 years, during the rainy dry season, that they were supposed to tie this road. If you see the pace of walk, that's the pace of walk. It was very slow. You understand? When they tied it to Laba Junction, then that was the end. Before the rainy season set in. Now is not motorable.
The contractor not get there again.
No.
Okay.
No contractor.
Even the structures the vehicles are all removed. I don't know. Suddenly they disappeared into oblivion. The whole tractors they were using to construct the road, they removed it. And as you can see, it's very difficult for vehicles to pass this road now. If not that this is a jeep, we cannot drive through.
You understand?
So you see people swimming in the flood.
You understand?
When it rains.
Go and see.
Say the contractor where he say come here not there again.
No oversight function. No oversight function.
He should come and inspect the work.
To come and inspect what is going on.
Oversight function.
Yes. Now it's not
from the governor and the deputy governor.
Yes.
Both of them.
If you
oversight
function.
If you are
and the legislators.
You understand? Go and see the extent of work there. What is going on? This road have been.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better, cause in the nearest future you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. You said they don't tire finish. Oku Road. Yes. From Oluku 7 up to contractor not there.
Government give them money.
They don't start the road.
They not do one.
Okay. They start the road at all.
They start us small. The government give them money. They not do one. They just not tire. You say governor, I give them money. I want contract. You go check the contracts.
Check the work.
Go check the work. May they give them.
That the governor of those states is
supposed to check the work. May give them
contract.
We check am. Say you do the work.
This one where they for Oku Road too.
They not do one now.
They not go check am.
They not go check am. The video up that side, video that side. The live center. So they do work. If you go to Wari, they'll do road everywhere. This road a major road to off road, Sloko road. If road block, here they pass.
If
Avia block,
Lagos road block.
Avia block, here they pass. This was what they do. I be the first road for those states.
Now I want to go remind them now.
I be remind them.
I want to go remind him.
Yes.
Deputy governor.
Tell her say next day go talk about. Say me do this road.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Cause in the near future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Governor, visit some of the places where you give. I know say you dey visit some, but Oku Road.
For this village, that we know they say again was Sunu. We know they say. See my store, if they flood for time, water they enter inside my store was Sunu. No be so we talk when the road even go small, we all of us they cry. Now we dey pay no.
You know yes those take come I don't give contract of this road from Siloko going to look for that side.
Now your mother they hear us because when they start we not see anything Now for all those and then they don't do something For soon the children close for school now wahala All of us they go stand for road they wait for our children If buy carry children they fall for them for water But soon the man do something Our governor do something Do something do something. We they cry. Children they cry. You see how this back when they see so? If they close for school, children not they fit call us. Market they shake for Sunu.
Oku Road.
I they tell you for
Oku Road.
I say Oku village we they suffer Yeah, good. Go up that side go see what they happen. But Sunu go that side go see what they happen.
Oh my governor, You should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier.
Also, no, I said I see you, so I supposed to hold you, but I know so not be you do it. Not to make me.
Enter back. Move. I dey for Ogun Road for Felicity. I dey for Ogun Road for Afia North East. That be done want the contract, but we don't see the contract again. They don't want the contract. They don't want the contract.
Waiting they happen.
When I come this road 3 years ago, they never tire me. Ogun Road for Afia North East. Hey, whoa! When I come this road 3 years ago, they never tire me. Ogun Road for Afia North East. So, you see that road when they done the tie they come from that side. Now the road now be the Ogun Road. So, you see the sandbag when I say where those take come and take I went down to Heartland. Now, if New Lagos Road now block now here they go pass now. This is an example pass here. If New Lagos Road block now, they won't come pass this Oku Road. Go come up for Siloko Road. So, if that road, when they construct, they come from that side, come pass all here, Siriri wherever. Maggie Bobby Yeveno Viva. Oh, yeah, see me, woman. You don't say when I come this Oku Road like 3 years ago, it take tough. You see, I'm saying government don't award them. But who people they surprise? Why Edo State governor never come monitor these projects? The Oku community, elders and youth of this community, they surprise say governor they inspect different roads. Why never come inspect this Oku projects? Since how many months?
What slippers like this? I never said. When I new open this business, now every week I go market. Since April, I never say one slippers. I don't see who they ask me say, Madam, how much they say slippers is not there? No road now. Who can follow me back? Who can follow me back? Look my fence. I'm reaching that fence when I do. One night, therefore yesterday night, I use stroller, raise my table to where? I just sleep when I wake up. As I wake up, now I can't do fence, original fence, so make sure I'm not come push me enter war when I take so. That these people are telling they feed though, that they pay us rent. Now I never say one slipper.
Since when this road not good now, you not feel say anything?
I never say who want follow me back.
You know yes, a contractor don't they do the road?
This contractor. Thank God, contractor. See, this road never what they do. They never bother us. They don't bother us now. They don't forget us. See, now look at they don't forget us. Look at. I beg, when I help us,
Oku Road. Oku Road. Afia North East, Oku Road. Hey, whoa. Gig Bobby, Yeveno, Viva. Oh, I know say you dey very happy. Say I don't take government. They award this una Oku Road. Big community. Wetin come dey sunu? Wetin come make una dey complain now?
No. Hey boy, I said. No, this place now. Look my house here. Now be this one.
This very house.
Yes.
This house.
This very house.
This very one where that man stands.
Where man stands. I surprised when they called say they award the road. We were happy. In all these 3 months, 4 months, they stop doing that. They carry caterpillar, tear all this hole. They say that moat. They call the parks and sand for moat. And they say the land, the sand where they park, I don't know. Look here now. I hear cosplay. Down from where the tire is, no road. From 8 now we there now. Look my road, look my house.
What do you want make the executive
government make it remember of your northeast Ogun Road.
May we call it
community.
I beg you.
Now we wait for now.
But you don't want the contract now. Oh no, they do the contract.
We don't do. According to working with here, there's no Pebo. You know award this road.
Yes.
He said you don't know whether who
dey. Okay, Daddy.
Now me dey talk.
As I reach Silo Conjunction for that side, I see one big signboard. Edo State Government project Ogun Road.
They say not give them money. They say not give them money. That then is the house and I bring people here. Because they pass here every time. Okpebo will never pass here one day. We never see him. Yes.
So what we they talk now? We want you this opportunity. They beg our governor, Model Okpebolo. I beg. With Dennis Idahosa. Denko, our brother. Our brother, yes, in the own village. We want beggar, make all of them, make they come do the road for us. I beg now we there.
They don't start the road now.
They don't finish now. They don't start and they don't work small. The rest. We know they feel pass here, motor don't they pass yet, every bike don't they pass here. From our junction before now 500 to reach here. But now 1,800, 2,000. Everybody went there here, they cry, we they beg, not before us, we lead down.
Make us complete the project.
Make us complete the
project. It's not clear. However, I just take government don't award the contractor, but the contractor they not see him again. Hey, whoa. So, you see that tie road for that side. Now they come like this. Now it's supposed to come, pass here, go reach the end. But the surprise, the contractor not this side again. Some people come they talk cho. Say it be like say the contractor say they never pay a balance. That one a cho. Drop your comment, shut up.
Inside there, 2 people. No enter there.
Okpo say, oh we na win your way. Okpo say, we na win your way. You don't feel take just take comment for the contractor to return side.
Oh we say, baby man no la wo no we ni man no ma. No ka be contractor, no do work po. E we na no sue na never wo do me. No sala ba dey dey don tan ni. No la wo, no do kuma dole upo na ji. No ka go we man na ba be bagari oba, I ma be mujane, be na mujano mo. Ama mujano ba be yen ba mujana politically. Yeah, politically. Yeah. No do like ni ma.
Okun Road is don overdue for tying. For donkey years, they will promise they will come and tie this Okun Road. They will come and tie this Okun Road.
Before this government sit down, they don't talk about this Okun Road. And when this government self sit down, they can't do small and they don't award this Okun Road to contractor. And that's not the one where you call it.
They award the road. We see the contractor. We not see the contractor. They award the road. They say they want to do this Okun Road. I mean, for me, even when I was coming this morning, I was telling my friend, I said they use this road, they play politics. Because this one not be road now. You they do road, you know they come supervise them. You know they know how things they go. You know good. And see road, I may travel, I do travel. I don't go many places for this country. I never see where they do road, no gutter. Okay, this road now where the form say that they tie now. If they tie and finish, where gutter not there, where person has them won't carry the water go.
Go.
Make I show
you. You go front.
Which person has them won't carry the water go? You see this road. Now very important road where government suppose don't do. They don't want to do one. I don't know why they don't want to do one. And with this, where deputy governor is from.
It's from Ovia now.
It's from Ovia. But I don't know what thing they happen. Where no one talk about this road. This road, see where they go time and reach for that side. And the time no be say now one kind solid time. If like say the contractor they use the road they play. The same road now the same time they award this road and Palace Road for upper mission.
No, wait, you say now the same.
Now the same time now they award this road and upper mission. Upper this Palace Road where they upper mission. They don't feel, you don't see the way that they do that road. Okpebolo they try. But I don't know what they happen for this side. Okun Road. But they see the good work where the governor Okpebolo they do for other area. But this Okunwo, I don't know why it be like that. Whether that they remove in high or your attention come up from Okun Road, I don't know why.
But you not see contractor?
We know they see the contractor. You see contractor here. This road resemble road where people where things they happen. This road, this Okun Road, it resemble where things they happen. You don't see any contractor. Since when me and you the waka since. From all the way from that side.
According to the report they give us,
don't see where
they say contractor don't start on the tire from Siloko Road.
That one where they tie, that one na road. Where the gutter dey? Okpebolo, Senator Mo, the Governor Okpebolo, he never do road where gutter not dey. Me see Palace Road, you know see gutter. See this road where they this seven coke me where they call am. On your way to Abuja. Aduawa area. Yes, you don't see road where will do there. You don't see this road where don't spoil where they call and say where they this where they that popular road where Obaseki they do before where abandon. You don't see what will do for them. We got everything. This road no long reach that side. Long reach that one. That road go come out for that very road now go come out for Agbo Road.
So this road now from Oluku, I go come out for
old road for Vian Road for Siloko Road.
Let me tell you,
this is a new road. This old Lagos road for Vian Road. See Anna, you see contractor. Since when me and you the waka, you don't see contractor yet.
No, you dey deny say those state government never award this contract.
I hear say they award them, but we know they see wetin dey happen here now. We dey see wetin dey happen. This road driver wetin things for dey happen. He knows that maybe our governor, we now will beg governor. If the person wey give the contract, if he's not capable, make he revoke the contract from the person.
This Okun Road.
If the person wey dey handle the contract, if he's not capable, make he revoke the contract. Because for them to they use the road they do like say maybe like Mababa as I don't know as I'll call am, like it's serious waiting on this.
Me will go myself now. I want go check am. I want reach the end.
Oga go check am. Even the deputy governor, me myself, I'm disappointed because this is where it come from. And this if it to say if
then you talk about right honorable
yes now. If to say you know waiting. It's good for him people. You dey hear me now? Therefore, don't tie this road. And make I tell you, you.
Waiting they happen.
I don't tire. I've been meaning to this road. They don't award the road. They don't award that. They just do a resharp. They just stop her. The road now is swell motor. Every day was sure, and people when they say that they don't even come on because of the bad road. You see this here now. As soon that time when they take start and they just finish and by then but it all turn to express. Look at road now. You know, see, I say contractor don't they do? They see tie road from here. That tie road be done, but they don't stop the work now. They slow the work. They don't stop the work. No, you know they see loader or caterpillar. I don't see anyone. What's new? I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone. As I want pass it and I me myself the fear I want to party my motor pass it. And I start I go I get work for you. I dey go side. Let me say person where they build house now for this area to carry materials come this area. He will first suspend the work. If not me say this work now my wife will not fit drive pass it. If I pass it and I was sure about they go now. All this one they spoil Berry, they spoil Danley, everything, sharp, everything. But what will be the importance of this road, this whole road? How it link? You don't only look for Siloko Road now. Let's say of your block now. Oh, now here you will use now. Come on, you don't from here go where you they go. Go Lagos. Yeah, you don't go where they go. No wala, sir. How the country now? How the phone now? No wala. Everything good. No wala, sir.
they happen. Bosununa. Now wetin dey happen.
You not back for this road, Abi?
Bosununa. Now wetin dey happen.
No good now. The car not see that person go. So that's too much for them.
Now wetin dey
I
happen.
think for government.
This one done too bad oh.
Oku Road. Waiting they surprise the people be say the contractor not dey site again oh. I been at because of rainy season. Sita road for front oh. I know say just the government don't award this road Oku Road to contractor. But people the vex. Why deputy governor? Why the governor of Edo State? Why they don't come inspect this road? When they give this contractor? Some say the contractor na bubu yeye. Some say na because they never pay the contractor money. Now. Okay, now here the contractor work rich. They go. Okay. Sita road now. Sita road. Why don't they complain? Okay. I don't suffer, not be small. Hey! Upon say I get sense. I don't suffer, not be small. Upon say I get sense. Poverty not good at all. Oh. Now make I join this business. Area journalists, area to area, location to location, state to state. I dey for Ovia Northeast and I dey for Ohun. You know say I don't dey come see the road 10 magazines, but this not the road because I tell you say Edo State government don't award this Ohun road to contractor, and the contractor don't they do and they come, but. Can the governor of Edo State, can Edo State governor award contract without gutter? Because as governor, they inspect the road. Me, self, area journalist going to inspect the road. But, I come. So today happen. I'm looking for the contractor. You cannot say that. Gutter not there. A big gutter pass your back of your. No, not come and start. No, talk anything. Just go. No gutter? No. However, if Ovia bridge block for Benin Lagos Expressway from here, so Igbobazuwa, this is not the shortcut to Lagos, so Igbobazuwa Siloko from that side. But 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I come this road. Everywhere na yama. You not go fit pass here. This na Okun road. Edo State government don't award this contract to contractor, and the contractor don't they do am. However, as an area journalist, got another left and right from Siloko for a go before Ovia from Siloko. No, if you pass go as well, Siloko. You go come up for Oluku. So the people they say, why the contractor not continue the job again? Why the contractor tools not this site again? But may I go see Mohammed, come. You know say for this area where I did so 7 o'clock bike not they walk oh Abi? Yes. From 7 o'clock for this Ovia Northeast, bike not they walk from 7. Only from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. From 7 to 12 midnight. I want to take Edo State government when they award this contract. Contractor. This type of road. Edo State government don't award the contract. The contractor, they not see him again. But when the contractor not got them left and right, Have you not changed the agreement? When I come here 4 years ago, I mean 3 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, not be so this road be. Agrito. Okay.
Waiting they happen.
This road when I did so from here to Gobazua, from here to Niro Junction, from here to Okada, from here to Ogbese. Go like this, you're gonna come out for a go. Enter like this. Okay.
Now Igbo the community now you there so.
Igbo Shodi.
Yes, Nebuti community. See problem what we get for here now.
Baba come, come. A serious problem. A serious problem.
Brothers and my sisters what we get the community. That's not be smart. You see, some years ago, yeah, not be like this, oh bro. Wasunu. That's how we say amo. The worst part now, our Baba they pass here. Deputy.
From here I go Gobazua.
Yeah, no.
From here I go Kada. From here I go Ogbese.
You not get
this na Siloko.
Upper Siloko Road.
Okay, Upper Siloko Road.
Yeah.
Now you
right from Ring Road. Down to Okada. Now the road be this. It's New Lagos Road block now. For that side. Now y'all love them to follow. So the way we do, we don't talk, we don't tire. We even thank God say we see you, Baba. Which
particular spot are they so?
Igbo Shodi Nebudi between Igwadalo community and Igbo Shodi community. After Igwadalo you don't pass. So now just stay there so. From that place to this side is Igbo Shodi Nebudi community. That you there so. Wasunu, what do we want to do? That's what we say, Amo. We don't talk.
So if Ovia River block now?
Now you have to follow. Well, that the see that now so it block now. Emmanuel, one way. As you follow you now, pack out so you for New Lagos Road. Down to Lagos where you they go, you not get problem. The only problem we get now here. This very road now lead to Okun.
Oh, this Okun now.
Yes, Okun.
Now that one they investigate the corner territory.
Exactly.
Now Okun road that they investigate the corner territory.
Igbo Shodi and Okun, we get common boundary together. Igbo Shodi and Okun. We get common boundary together. They even get plot. It's not too, that place in our boundary not too far for there. We don't talk, we don't tire. Our Baba na here for common.
Oh my governor.
Deputy governor.
Deputy governor.
Yes now.
Denko.
Is that on Aviana? Every day. Now the road where serve you now, where serve us now, the one with the old road where they follow. Sell for back. Now it is small car called they follow now. That road we don't abandon them, but that one the whole road before they do this one 1977. The old road now they do this one 1977.
1977.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, bro. More beg, more call this side. More that's what we do. What is working though? What to do? Now where did they happen?
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it's always an exciting moment to have you join me on Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. While politics and the political system of Nigeria is still much of a discussion and a lot of persons still criticizing the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, we're going to be going out on the streets to talk to well-meaning Nigerians, well-to-do citizens, concerned citizens about President Bola's 3 years in office, what he has been able to do for the citizens, what citizens have been able to achieve from his administration since his emergence. Basically, we're going to be analyzing, criticizing, talking about everything that has to do with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 3 years in office on Viewpoints today on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Let's go hear what they have to say and share with you.
If the president was able, Nigerians won't be so anxious to get rid of him as they are in 2027. President Bola Tinubu has no policy on anything. The constitution of our land says the primary purpose of government is to provide security and welfare for its citizens. Which policy of Tinubu is addressing that primary requirement of the Constitution? There's none. We are in the worst security situation that this country has ever been in. We have had more deaths in this non-war era than we had in the Civil War from the time he became president in 2023 to date. There is no policy on security. There is no organized strategy to fight insecurity. So to say his policy is a misnomer, he has no policy on security. Let him tell us one. If he manages to arrange some paper together and show it to us, because they are adept in that APC at throwing up papers and statistics that don't exist. If he manages to throw up some paper as his security policy, then that is the most failed security policy any government, including in Southern Sudan and former Rwanda and Somalia, have ever put in place, because it's a policy that is killing Nigerians. Economically, everybody had thought that since he said he was an accountant and he has worked in multinational, in other words, he has participated in corporations, that he would be one that would value what we mean when we are talking about diversifying economy by bringing in privatization and private sector players. We have thought that he's going to take advantage of the natural resources that we have in Nigeria. Huge money spinning natural resources. The maritime industry can replace oil effectively and fetch us far, far more, finances that we are getting in this mono economy that we call oil. And he is from the southwest, where you have the largest body of maritime, potentials. What policy does Tinubu have in the maritime industry? There's none. What policy does he have in the textile industry? Nigerians are fashion-loving people. And here we go to Italy, we go to Spain, we go to everywhere to buy clothes. But by the time some few Nigerians, in their ingenuity, discover the kind of clothes that we wear now, that you call Niger Delta and different kind of clothes, the potentials of Nigeria in their ability to be able to create fashion within and from local industries are rare in the southwest, where he also comes from. And the fabric we call Atiku in the north and all of that. So that if you had a textile industry in Nigeria, encouraged by any government, we'll be making hundreds of millions of dollars from that per year. Did he invest in that? No. The Jakarta steel industry, we have one of the easiest, iron and steel to process in the world. Russia came and tried to develop that industry. That industry is still lying fallow. If you have a modern president who is not thinking of industrialization, is not thinking of huge investments in natural resources that are, revenue generating, how do you begin to say that that government has a policy? The policy of social conditional money transfer that you never see. The policy, what policies does he have? So he has no policy for developing a nation. Now let's come to the social dignity of man. What policy does he have to protect the respect and dignity of Nigeria? Does he have that policy? Political policy, what policy does he have in the political realm? He has polarized the nation so much. Now, what policy does he have in terms of developing our nation with respect to institutional building? He has destroyed the judiciary. The judiciary now has no respect because nobody goes to the law courts now to get justice. We begin to talk of how much the judge is likely to take. Judges themselves, lawyers themselves, activist lawyers themselves are all complaining about political interference under this regime in the judiciary. Non-judicial officers like Wike, who is not practicing law, has never practiced law since he said he was a lawyer, his only boast is that he has influence over the judiciary. And we see this political interference. There is no opposition party in Nigeria today that is not having trouble, interference from the ruling party. So the policy of the present government is more deleterious to the Nigerian society than if he had no policies at all. And he has no policies at all. So the present government has no justification for exceeding 1 day beyond May 29, 2027. And Nigerians have all seen this. It's affecting the rich, it's affecting the poor, it's affecting businesses, it's affecting multinational corporations, it's affecting local corporations. So why does a government exist?
This great country, President Ahmed Tinubu has done very well in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of human capital development, particularly the NEL Fund for students. Honestly speaking, when I was in school as a student in the University of Benin, I was working and at the same time I was in school. It wasn't easy. But now you have students who have access to loan, where you build students, you build the future of the country, you build the nation. As far as I am concerned, that singular action of Mr. President has transformed the educational sector. And it has also helped our students who are struggling with funds. And we tend to undermine this aspect of achievement of Mr. President. And the opposition try to look at areas that the president probably also need to look into. Oh yes, the issue of security is being tackled. You will agree with me that the issue of security precedes this administration, and the government is doing all it can to also deal with that aspect of issues that we are having. The Lagos-Calabar-Coastal Road, a massive project that is currently being undertaken by the current administration. The government has done so well in terms of infrastructure. Agriculture, the government has also put in a whole lot of funds into that area. Importantly is the fact that allocation to states have tripled. State governments across the 36 states, the allocation to them have tripled. And as well as the local government, you can see what is happening in Edo State. Because we have funds. It's because the governor of Edo State is doing a whole lot in the state through the China agenda. And you can see the infrastructure that is currently taking place in the state. It is basically because the federal government have ensured that the states get their fair share in terms of revenue allocation and the revenue sharing. And that is what we are seeing currently, even in the state. The development that is taking place across the states, not only in Edo, across the 36 states of the Federation, is as a result of the federal government that have released funds to this state. So also the local government that are also doing their own best. In this state, through the China agenda of the governor and the renewal agenda of the federal government, there is massive development taking place across sectors. Yes, is there room for improvement? Absolutely, there is room for improvement. I won't say that there are areas that the government should look into some areas as well. So a lot of things that the government have not looked into, the government will also look into them. And I very much believe that the issue of development is something that is an ongoing project. So I very much believe that the Tinubu administration is on course to win the next election, the 2027 election. I don't see any reason why the Tinubu administration or the president will not win the election. I don't see any reason at all. The government came in, met a very deplorable economic situation. The government courageously put in some reforms. The removal of subsidy is one of the bold and courageous reform that the government put in place, and that actually generated a lot of funds for the government, and that is why you see these funds being sent to other states of the federation. And sometimes when people ask, "Oh, what has he been doing with the funds?" and I just laugh. The citizens should be patient. Economic reform takes time to translate into development. It takes some time. For me, I believe that the timeliness of these economic policies is also vital.
For me, only one side had been forfeited or fulfilled. That is increase in revenue. Yes, there is no government that can work without revenue. So he increased the revenue. revenue going to federal, state, and local government has increased, if not 4 times what it used to be before he came. But what is happening to the revenue? Is it being used for security? I don't know, because I'm not seeing the handwriting or the work. Is it being used for roads? I don't know. I'm not seeing any federal government roads in Edo State. Benin, Lagos, Benin, Port Harcourt, Benin, Sober, Akure Road, Benin, Onitsha Road. I'm not seeing any job that is commensurate with the amount of money that the federal government is getting. If you talk of security, I think it's deteriorating day in, day out. And for me, this is very simple to do. There were vigilantes at the local level, at the community level, before this government came in. What they do was to cancel them, take the guns from them, and if they reconstitute, we are not seeing it. I'm from Ovia. I have not gone to farm for the past 6 weeks because my own village is now the target where people are being kidnapped, ransom collected, some are killed. If you even carried any of the kidnappers to the police, the following day you see the same person in your village. So, for me, security is zero. As far as federal government is concerned, road activities is zero. Even the electricity that he promised that if he does not give us electricity, we should not vote for him. That is what he told us. Are we having light? Let us be frank to ourselves. So he needs to tell us why he thought that electricity will be my first priority and I'm going to give it to the people. It is time for him to explain to us why. Nigerians will always listen. That is why Bibi said all the names that Nigerians call him. He decided to pick the one evil genius. How can somebody be an evil and also be a genius? You understand? And the same Bibi said, if you ask Nigerians one question, you have 100 answers, and the 100 are correct. See, it was the football that time when they asked one American journalist when they get back to America, said, what will you remember Nigeria for? I said 2 things. First, they are suffering and smiling. The second one, when they say NEPA, there is no light, and it is not always regular. You see how he describes us. We are people that takes risk in terms of let's manage, tomorrow will be good. But the government is not helping us. So for me, I have not seen what Mr. President has done for the past 3 years to warrant him to recontest.
The Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration came into power on the 29th of May 3 years ago. That administration came in, and the very first thing he did was to remove subsidy from petroleum products, particularly fuel, PMS. That was it was a shock to all Nigerians, and it resulted in a chain reaction. It resulted in the fact that prices of food petrol went up, and transportation goes with fuel, and so prices of goods and services skyrocketed. This ended up not giving Mr. President a honeymoon which a newly elected president should get. It was courageous anyway, I must say, because other administrations have been kicking the can forwards, trying to refuse to face that difficult decision. He took that difficult decision, and I must give him credit for that. But the thing was that it was a planless decision, because he did not sit down to find out what will be the results of that action. He also harmonized the foreign exchange into a single exchange, and it also caused hardship to the country. The removal of fuel subsidy and the harmonization of the foreign exchange to one single foreign exchange also caused hardship to the country and the citizens. And so we also see that Mr. President has been going on a borrowing spree. He seems to, at any opportunity, just go ahead and borrow, which is digging Nigeria into the debt pits, which ought not to be. His mantra seems to be borrow, borrow, borrow. I urge Mr. President right now to put his feet on the brakes on borrowing, because he must understand that borrowing also ends up in payments. How are you going to pay? Can we continue like this? A government exists for the welfare and security of its people. We see insecurity everywhere in this country, and government is now being reduced to a government of condolence messages. Every time killings are held in the north, various parts, north, east, north, central, we send condolence messages. Life has become very cheap in Nigeria, that death no longer means anything to Nigerians. Now the chicken is coming home to roost. It has come to the southwest, and now Nigerians are panicking. How do we handle all these situations? Let me go into the oil sector. We find out that every administration wants to do turnaround maintenance on refineries that are not working. Billions of dollars are poured in it, and yet nothing comes out of it, only to end up throwing money into a cesspit for people to loot. That is not how a country should be run. We have seen Mr. President junketing for investments. I must commend him, because from what I see or read, he gets some deals for the country. It has been economic diplomacy he has been doing, and if it comes to fruition, I hope it benefits Nigeria, to ensure that those deals that he gets come home to Nigeria and develop Nigeria. One of the ways that it would have been better was for him to long ago to have had ambassadors. He recalled all the ambassadors all over the world back home, until the United States pressure came on him before it dawned on him that he should appoint ambassadors. When he does that economic diplomacy abroad, it is for the ambassadors to go ahead and ensure that the nitty-gritties and the enforcement of those agreements are done, and Nigerians get the benefits. When we did not have ambassadors, and even some still don't have ambassadors because some have been rejected, it is very important that he should have listened to the advice of Nigerians calling him to appoint ambassadors. And so, coming back again to borrowing, Mr. President should press the brakes on borrowing. He should stop borrowing. And again, any person who has a first term in office may always want to have a second term. I'm not going to stop Mr. President for contesting for a second term, but he should sit down and think, what has my first term brought to Nigerians? What am I going to tell Nigerians when I get to the rostrum on campaign? Is he going to be dancing and singing and just clapping hands for women? Or rather, he should be telling us of his scorecard in 3 years. What will you do for us in 4 years that you have not done in these 3 years? I wish Mr. President well as he goes ahead campaigning for a second term, and I hope Nigerians are wiser and take the
Tinubu administration has been so terrible. Starting from the first day he resumes office up to this time, there have not been something tangible or positive that one citizen will say that they will look up to or hold on to, that in this area he has actually done well. The first speech he gave as he resumed as president was one of them was the fuel subsidy removal, and since then Nigeria has not been the way it is. Just imagine our minimum wage, which is not up to 80,000 naira, and some persons are spending up to 60,000 naira for transport going to office every day. So how will such person survive? So it's so painful that the salary of a average Nigerian will not be able to buy one bag of rice. So coming back again for second tenure, that if his conscience is actually working fine, he would have just have to abandon that vision and focus on something else. He can become a patron, he can become an elder spokesman to direct any other person, maybe the younger ones, to pick up the office. Because look at the area of insecurity. It has become so terrible that in some areas by 6 p.m. they have to lock up their business places, run home because of the bandits and the herdsmen issues. Even in Edo State, when you go to areas in Ekpoma, students are no longer in schools. It's as if the plans of the Fulani and the herdsmen is actually come to place, because one of their motives is to end education, and you can see their target. They are either targeting on religion houses or they are targeting on schools. Like one of our renowned politician will say, is a pisma. So it's a very painful thing that we are seeing people like this. They know what they are doing is not working, and they are still striving to go second tenure. It has affected us a lot because in some areas that we are supposed to buy property maybe in a cheaper rate so that we can sell and make more money, we have to abandon those areas and focus on areas that they are maybe a little bit secured. And some persons are even striving to eat. So in a situation like what we are experiencing in Nigeria today, so if you ask an average Nigerian to provide 200,000 naira monthly, they can't get it. Or you're asking someone who is receiving salary of 70,000 naira to be able to save to buy property. It's not an easy, despite the pay small or instrumental system that we put in place. Many persons are unable to afford it. The high cost of living is consuming a lot from their daily income. It's only those in diaspora that are really trying to put one or two together to buy property. And if you check the insecurity in the country, it's not encouraging them. They will tell you, instead of them to come and buy property at home, they better buy property in overseas. And you check the statistics, buying property in Nigeria and buy property overseas, you will encourage yourself to either you buy over there, not even the area of security. Now we are talking about the economical value. Then add the insecurity to it. Some of them have already crossed their mind that over their dead body they are not coming to Nigeria. So you trying to convince such person to come and buy property is a waste of time. So it's really affecting some businesses. Either you are selling, you are a car dealer, you are into properties. The insecurity, the economic hardship is affecting a lot.
Talking about the present administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I would say, talking about it, first and foremost, if you want me to score him, I'll score him below average, because in some areas he has done well and in some areas he hasn't done well. First and foremost, the major thing that has impressed me most in his government is this the policy of NEL Fund that is helping the students, because of course I came from that background, that is helping the students presently, whereby no matter how poor your parents are, you can access NEL Fund and won't drop out of school. Talking about insecurity, unfortunately insecurity, it hasn't improved. It has gone on another dimension. First and foremost, past administrations, Boko Haram and the rest were more. This administration, banditry, kidnapping is more, Talking about his coming back, unfortunately, I'll tell you the truth, he will come back because the so-called politicians are not ready to take power. There's a coalition that has scattered. They came to form another party, They can't come together to unseat the president because they all have the same interest and the same ambition. And unfortunately, I don't see any of these old politicians that have been recycling themselves. I don't see any of them taking us out of the situation we are presently in the country. Because they've been there before now. I can't see what they did. Former vice president, all of them, they've been there in one capacity or the other. I can't see what they did, that is better than what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing right now, except probably maybe a new person comes out and will say, okay, let us try this person. You know, they form a coalition in ADC. We all know the story of ADC right now. Some of them have gone to NDC. So they have all scattered, they've all shared their vote. President Tinubu is playing the politics, getting the governors to himself. And trust me, there's no governor that would not want to deliver his state, either by hook or by crook. So at the end of the day, we'll go and vote. We believe in this country. But at the end of the day, straightforward, President Tinubu will come back 2027. So if you ask me, I would say, if his administration have been fair, has it been fair? Yes and no. No, because presently we're still experiencing what we've been experiencing. Yes, because if given time, some of his policies can yield results, and at the end of the day, we'll get to where we are going.
It has really been an eventful year for citizens in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administrations and opinions. The first was some are saying that his 3 years in the office has really been an eventful year, and they expect the president to do more, especially in the area of security, in order to secure lives and properties of citizens, which is the primary and sole responsibility of the government. Some are also saying that time should be given to the president in order for him to be able to achieve his promise to citizens. And that is what we've analyzed and talked about on Viewpoint today. Be giving the president more opportunity, more time to be able to fulfill all his promises when he emerged as the president 2023 to the citizens. Some opinions still feels like he has not done anything in his past 3 years in office, and he has no reason to come back to office or to have a continuation of presidency. Time should be given to the president in order to be able to fulfill all his promises, with the fact that 3 years is not enough to fulfill all the necessary obligations and promises made to citizens. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching. Bye for now.